Hello and welcome back to the channel where we are building a video game from scratch using Love2d and Lua. So we're working on the upgrade system in the refinery right now. So we have it so we can talk to the different upgrades, but we need like a UI for this. So I'm gonna try to get this done today. Hopefully we can pull it off. It is a lot of work. I'm just gonna add a little bit of a green highlight to the top of our refinery state. I could have sworn we deleted this for our git commit, but when we go to refinery state, it's not in the play state anymore. So that green bar I'm putting up there is just to show that we're in a specific refinery state. So we have custom logic just for this refinery state so that we don't have to bog down our scene or play state with any of this logic, because the idea is that we're pulling different UIs in. So we made this mock-up yesterday, right? So the idea is you walk up, it'll show your current inventory on whatever item you clicked on, and then it'll show what your current level is, the unlock status of every secondary level, as well as the price. So this is what we need to build, both with a working dialogue box as well. So it's kind of a lot. Because the dialogue box needs to be a very particular one that listens for which option and then checks if it's available or if it's already unlocked or anything like that. So, oh my gosh, it's a lot. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. But we can probably do it. Yeah, so I guess the first step is just to get it looking right? So once we, maybe we have, gosh, what's really tough is we have to tie in a dialogue box instantiation that listens to the input on screen. So we need a special dialogue that doesn't just advance to the pages, but it basically changes the next page based on what you hit A on and what you've selected. If you've hit A on a level that you've already unlocked, it won't do anything but show you that you've already got it. So the dialogue box won't change. And then if you click and you can't afford it, it might say you need more minerals, or shit, man, it's a lot of stuff. And then we need to do this for all 4 elements. So my goodness, this is tough. Okay, well, we can pull it off. We can do it. Yeah, the toughest thing is going to be this dialogue box that gets populated based on what you select. So that's the real tough part. So it's almost like we need a new dialogue box that kind of advances the page based on a custom script. Dude, it's not easy. Okay, shoot, man, this is tough. Okay, so at the very least, we need to make we need to make a little background like for this. I think I want it the same color as our inventory system, whatever that color happens to be. So we'll check that, and then we'll match it. And basically the first thing we're going to do is, if we click on a dialog box linked to one of the elements, we need to trigger Flamma UI gets true, so that we can see this on screen. And if Flamma element UI is true, it pulls from the data what current level we have. It pulls the data for how many minerals it costs to upgrade each subsequent level. It'll pull our global inventory for our rubies, and it'll also update the cursor for the level selection for the upgrades, as well as whether or not it's available to upgrade. And then once we get something on screen, then we can worry about the actual selection process and actually giving us a custom secondary page of dialogue if we select a level and it's a valid level to select. So we could also have you know, if you select a level, see how like this one, level 3 is grayed out. If you click that, maybe if you click a level 3, it'll say level 2 is needed before, and then you can go to level 2 and it'll show you what it costs. So I think the first step here is, let's just toggle a UI update for the just Flamma for now. And if it's toggled on, then let's get this stuff just rendering on screen, and then we can worry about everything else. So let's just take it one step at a time here. Yeah, let's try to get our inventory color rendering and then the levels rendering with the Flamma elements there on the side. So let's try that. So I do want to pull the exact color from our inventory system. I think we call it pause state, pause mockup. Okay, so this is the color I want to pull just for consistency's sake. So it looks like these are the values here: 181, 172, 138. So I'll make this into a variable in Lua that we can use for the set color background on the rectangle renders. Okay, so let's go make that color. Okay, we'll call this inventory color. I don't know. Okay, it's a 181 on the red. $172 on the green, 138 on the blue. Okay, and then we'll give it full opacity. Okay, so you've got this inventory color. So in our refinery state, we need to trigger whether or not we need to see this UI. Now, it's almost like I'm kind of thinking we should make a class of the upgrade UI so that we can, well, let me think. Yeah, we probably want to make a class out of it so that we can adapt it for every other element, because there's 4 elements. So I think we want, yeah, it's just tough because it's like I don't want it to be, how would we trigger it if we have 4 different ones? We would have to say whatever, you know, we can call it upgrade UI gets set to an index of which one it is, and then if it's a valid option, then we update and render the UI. So I mean, okay, I think we should add it as a class, but for right now, let's just, because we don't even know what it looks like just yet, so let's try to just get something rendering on screen. So let's do this where we can say Flamma UI, and it's false. Okay, and then we'll put the Flamma UI. I mean, why not just right here? So if we're in the Flamma UI, we're basically gonna update any of those cursors or whatever, but we don't have that just yet. So we also want to say we only want to render the Flamma UI over here, and it's going to be on top of the dialogue system, on top of the scene, on top of the HUD. I mean, you know, I guess it doesn't really matter. We just have to make sure we get the right height so that we're not overwriting anything. Okay, so if our Flamma UI is toggled on, then what we're gonna do is let's just do this love.graphics set color, and we're gonna set it to our inventory color we just made. And then we're just going to render a rectangle just to prove that we can toggle this Flamma UI on and off. So rectangle, type is fill, and then we're going to give it a, let's just say it's at a 0, 0, width of virtual width, height of, so say 20. Okay, so if Flamma UI is toggled, we're just going to render an inventory colored rectangle. So we need to have it where interacting with Flamma actually toggles this Flamma UI. So if action's pressed and we're colliding, we're going to become paused. So at this point, this would be the Flamma UI. You know, this is why it would make sense to put it in a class so that we can toggle the active UI, because it could be one of 4. So just for right now, we're going to worry about Flamma, and then we're going to say, okay, well, the UI for Flamma gets true here, and then if, oh shoot. See, what's tough is we're doing this, I guess, yeah, what's tough is we can't, like we become an active dialogue here, and then we start updating the active dialogue, so we kind of lose the ability to toggle this false, because the update for a dialog box overtakes the logic here. So like we'd have to either add it to our dialog box update, or we can do something that says, you know, if our dialog ID is nil, then we just want to flush the active Flamma UI. It is a kind of like little workaround we can do for that. So let's see if we get it rendering. So the green bar signifies the refinery state. Now, as soon as we interact with any of these, we should have that rectangle. Cool. And then the rectangle turns off. So we do have that rectangle. Okay, so now let's work on getting it in the right spot, right? So we have this thing called it's where we render the dialog box. I'm forgetting the value. Let's open our dialog box real quick. It looks like we render a dialog box at a screen height limit -40. Okay. Okay. So if we do it, we need screen height limit minus 40 is the top of our dialog box. That means the bottom of our UI needs to reach that minus 40 limit. So we're going to start out and we're just going to say that the Y position on this thing is the screen height limit minus 40 minus whatever height we need. So let's just say it's a 40 pixel thing, and then the width is going to be this virtual width, and then the height is going to be that 40 that we're offsetting. So it should be at the bottom of our playable screen, but on the top of our dialog box. Cool. Okay, so if that's there, you know, we probably need it a little taller. It needs to fit 3 levels of text here. So it probably needs to be 60 wide or 60 tall. Something like that. So we would have to, this is why I don't like the magic numbers, right? But we can just shift it up 20 pixels and make it 20 pixels taller. And then we can see if 3 lines of text will fit on there. That's probably too tall. But also, we don't want it as wide as the screen. We only want it maybe 50 pixels, 60 pixels wide. A little bit longer than it is tall, or a little bit taller than it is wide. Okay. Okay, this is looking good. We also need the placeholder inventory render. But this is getting somewhere. So let's try to just get the text there. Then we can worry about a cursor. Okay, so we're gonna set a color. Black for text, and then we're just gonna do a print level 1. Right, so we're gonna say level 1, and then we're gonna print it at maybe 5 pixels over. And let's just, you know, we'll start at the height limit, but we're gonna add, and this is, you know, we can make this prettier once we get the right values, but for right now I'm just gonna say, instead of, you know, we're gonna have like a 4 pixel gap from the top of our UI render, and it just needs 2 arguments, an X and a Y for a Love Graphics print, so we should be rendering a level 1 on the text here. And I would say that we just start, we should probably just do it now. There we go, level 1, cool. Yeah. The period and space is too much, because we need to fit the Flamma logo in there. So we need it to be a little bit tighter. Okay. But the X looks good. It's actually flush with the dialogue. You can see that the pixel overlap right there with the dialogue is the same. So that's good. But we need to render. Okay, we're getting there. But you can start to see, you know, it coming together, which is nice. So let's take this out. Let's just say level 1 like that. Okay, what I want to do is, so every time we boot our game, I don't want to have to walk into here, but we can't just spawn us in here, because the trigger the trigger to actually render the refinery state is based on a scene transition from a warp zone. So we need to manually state what state machine we load in after we change our spawn scene to the correct location. So let's just go here to spawn. Now the tavern's at 111, I believe. And the tavern, this is actually the refinery. It used to be the tavern. So let's say we're going to spawn not at 7.2, but we're going to spawn here at 111. But then when we go to change to our play state, instead of changing to play state, we're going to change to our refinery state. So we should see that green line at the very top, and we should be in there so we don't have to walk in here every time as we're testing. Shit. Okay, state machine a nil value. We don't have, yeah, refinery state right here, refinery state. Okay, did I spell it wrong? No. Okay, maybe we can just make a, well, if we change the play state, let's see what happens. Because it only, yeah, see, this is still in the play state. So we don't have our collision detection for this. Yeah, we do need to make button press load in our refinery state. So for right now, just to make this easy, we're still in a play state, but here in the play state, we're just going to go to the bottom and we're just going to say before, god damn it, dude, before our render here, we're going to say if our input is, let's just put R for refinery, then we're going to change state to the refinery state. So now we can toggle our refinery state here. Son of a... No control. Oh. Yeah. It's actually not the input table. We don't have that configured with baton, but it should be love.keyboard. R. Really? Okay, so there's our refinery state. And shit, man, we're not getting our updates. What's happening, man? We're not updating, we're not changing our active current scene view. Man, okay, I'm just gonna give up on this. I just can't. We've got too much stuff to do to kind of dilly-dally, because like this is just like a developing thing. So we don't need this here, but we do need to, when we go to change our player spawn, we can just make us really close to the door. Because it's like, that's how it works in the game, so if that works, that's fine. I just don't want to mess, you know, we gotta get going. So here in the player spawn, we can set our X and Y here. And we're gonna say, what, 3 tiles down, 8 tiles over. Yeah, we can go back. We have to go back to our starting scene here. Perfect. So now we just walk in here and then we can do it. Okay. Okay. Maybe we can come up with our own, well, That just looks so bad, level 1 like that. What can we say instead of level 1? I know Squinge was saying yesterday we can do like some sparkles. Because we also need, no, we also need the Flamma on here, so. Okay, so we're trying to get the element on there. Okay, so level 1. Just looks weird to me. Level 1. I don't like it like that. I want it to be apparent that it's upgrades, you know, which is why I was thinking of level 1. The space is just so much. The mono space is just too much space. But without any space, it looks really jacked. That looks so weird. It's the monospace that's throwing me off. We could shift the text over a bit by faking it. It just looks weird. Okay, I think we'll. Okay, let's just take a second, because if it's... Yeah, I mean, I think we just want it to be level 1, 2, and 3, because we just want it to be apparent that these are upgrades. So... yeah, we want it to be apparent that it's upgrades. So let's do this where we say level. Gosh, and even LVL is kind of weird, right? Let's spell out level and see if it's better. Yeah, I think we just spell it out. So let's give us a width of maybe 80. Okay. Yeah, we can scoot. Actually, yeah. Okay, no, this is just about good. We do need to scoot. We're drawing at the same Y for both the element as the level text, so we need to kind of offset it so that they're even. So if, for example, we're doing this screen height limit -40 -50 +4, so that would be our line 1 height. So let's just do line 1 Y is this screen height limit -40 -50 +4. Now this is the starting point for each of those things, but we need this to be line 1 Y. And then the idea here is that we give it a specific line 1 Y, and the positioning's relative, so the flamma needs to be a little lower than the text. So hopefully this kind of lines it up. Okay, a little higher than the text. Okay, so far off. It just needs to go like 1 pixel lower. That's good. Okay. So let's give like 1 pixel to the right on the text, and then I think nice. Okay. So there we go. We got level 1. Yeah, so maybe we can have cost render above, because the inventory needs to come out here. Like how many rupees you have is right here. So we can call this pocket or something, like in your pocket you've got 12 rupees, and then the cost up here, cost is whatever. And then I think if we, oh shit man, there's a lot going on. We're slowly getting there, and we're slowly getting there. Okay, 5, 6, 7, 18. Okay, so this is gonna be, let's just say that this is line text X gets this 18. Okay. So let's get our other levels on here and make sure we like the spacing. So we're going to render a line 2Y, a line 3Y, and then we're going to render a level 2, level 3. Right? So let's just do each line, you know, this would be like a line offset line Y offset. Line Y spacing, let's try 10. So let's say it's gonna be whatever the line 1Y starts at plus this line Y spacing. So this is line 2, line 3. So then this would be whatever line 2Y is plus another line spacing. Sweet. So now we want more spacing. So maybe 12. Perfect. Okay, I just think we want to shift all of them up just a tiny bit. But the spacing looks good. Maybe a little tinier. But we should start them a little higher. So maybe just a +2 instead of a +4 here. Okay, a little lower, a little lower. Hopefully we get this right once and then we're done. That looks good. Yeah, I don't know. I think the box should be a little tinier. The spacing looks good. Yeah, I think the box needs to be a little tinier. So let's shift it up by 48, 46, and a height of 46. Make it 4 pixels smaller here. Okay, now we can shift them down just a tiny bit. That looks better. Looks a little... let's do this. Down 2 pixels for all the text. Yeah. Okay, sweet. So the idea... Okay. So yeah, we need a cost. Cost will go right above it. And then inventory will go here. Because I don't think cost... Well, we probably could make it on the side, you know, because like our mock-up here, we have it kind of like the cost is on the right side of the level. Yeah, we'd have to mock up. Let's get our inventory rendering here, and we'll see how much space. See if it makes sense to have a cost coming out of the right side of it. What did I just do? Okay, so we're trying to get our inventory. So we have on our player class, we should have a Ruby count. That's the value. But we also need to draw the Ruby, which is just called Ruby mineral. So it's just called Ruby. So in our refinery state, you know, this is going to be our inventory render. So we want to do the same thing where we set the inventory color. Right, so we're going to say, now this is going to be a screen height limit, we want it probably only like 10 pixels from the top. And then we want an X of our virtual width minus its width, which is maybe, let's just say 20. So we give it a width of 20. Okay, so we're looking for that bottom right bar to then render our Ruby on top of. That's almost perfect. It probably needs to be a little taller, a little longer. So let's say it's 24 pixels wide and a little taller. So we'll do maybe 14 pixels tall. And then we'll actually render our inventory there. Yeah, a little, I think we need a little shorter, a little longer. So shorter would mean less on the height and then wider or on the width. There we go. Okay, so let's try to render our Ruby inventory here. So we need to now do a set color, white, and then we'll render our Ruby and inventory. So let's do a draw. We'll draw a Ruby mineral in X of, let's just start it here at the -28. We'll add, you know, we're just getting the values right, and then we'll turn them into actual variables. Let's say 2 pixels to the left of the start of our rectangle, and a Y of the screen height limit -12, and then we'll just add maybe 4 pixels. Let's just add 2 pixels. Okay, and then we want to also render the Ruby count. So we'll set color to black, and then we'll actually render our Ruby count. So we're going to go to our global player. We're going to call it Ruby count. And this is a number, so we have to cast it to string. And then the X and Y is going to be similar. Virtual width minus maybe 12, I don't know. And then a Y of, let's say it's the same screen height limit, -40. Okay. It's a nasty numbers right now, but once we get them where we like it, then we'll put them. See, this is close. We do want this as 2 digits. So the Y render is a little wrong. It's a little weird. We're rendering it at the same Y. Screen height limit, -40, -12 plus 2. We're rendering it at the same Y as our Ruby, but it's so far below for some reason. But we also want to do this to 2 digits. So I'm forgetting how we specify that. I think in our pause state, we're doing this right here. String format %02 digit. That's how we do it. So let's okay, so this is how we do it. We say string format, and then we give it format specifier of 2 decimal places. And then I don't get why it's so much lower than the actual Ruby. Okay, so we need to shift it left and up. And let's keep this minus 12. There we go. That looks right. Okay. So this is our actual Ruby count. So if we were to actually come in here and let's say we're playing our game and we're in the dungeon and we harvest a ruby, you know, we've got our ruby count of 0 here. But if we were to go harvest some over here, we have 1 in our inventory. And then now if we go back to the shop, it should say 1 there on the inventory because it's pulling from our ruby count on our player. So now if we come in here, we have a ruby of 1 right there. Now this needs to change for all the other elements, but we're just trying to get Flamma working and then we can adapt it with the class. Okay, so I think the next step is to kind of get the cursor blinking, right? So we need an indicator for what level you've currently unlocked. I kind of had it set, I had it like this where we had this little arrow that says like what level you're currently at. Right, and then if you can't get the level 3 upgrade because you don't have the level 2 upgrade, it'll be grayed out. There's a lot going on here. So let's see if we can get the cost rendering to the side without it looking too stuffy. Yeah, I think we will. It looks like it. It looks like it because we have a width of 28. Okay. So yeah, let's get the selecting working. I'm gonna make me a new coffee. So during ad break, it'll probably be more than 4 minutes. It'll probably be like 5 or 6 minutes, but I'll be back. Okay, so we're gonna be adding the selector now. Okay. I think I want the spells to be one more pixel down. Yeah, because there's only like 1 pixel beneath level, but there's two. I guess there isn't a pretty middle ground, because it's either uneven on the top or uneven on the bottom. So let's just add one more line of space on the X, and then what we can do is I don't know, let's see, line Y, let's change all of these 1s to 2 and see if it looks better. No. Okay, it's just off because it's taller. Okay, well, this is going to make the game, even though we don't have the other elements, it's going to make the game feel like it's got so much more, right? Because it's like, ooh, there's a total of 12 levels we can unlock between all the elements and stuff. So it kind of just makes it feel a little bigger. I do want to redesign the ruby emerald. You know, maybe we make it look a little more like a ruby, like a single color thing than this. But also I kind of like it raw like this, right? Because you take it to the refinery over here. So I kind of do like it like that, actually. But yeah, maybe we change the art just a bit. I don't know. Let's see. So we need a cursor. Right, so we need a cursor that kind of outlines this. Now, it should be, I think it should be just 2 pixels taller than the total of Flamma so that it doesn't overwrite that. I guess that's not a big deal. Okay, let's make it exactly as high as Flamma, so that's what, 12? I think it's 10 or 12. And then as wide as it needs to be to fit this level text, which we don't exactly know the width of it. What we can do, we can use the width of the background there as a starting point, and then maybe just shave off like a total of 10, 12 pixels from the total width. So let's shave off 12 pixels. Let's shave off 10 pixels from the total width of the inventory, and then we'll make it as tall as Flamma. So it'll be, yeah, let's do that. So our inventory, we render our inventory here. So it is a width of 80. So we'll do a width of 70, and then however tall Flamma is, we want it that tall. So 70 wide and as tall as Flamma. So if we open Flamma, we can see this is a 10 by 10. So yeah, we want it 10 wide, 70, 10 high, 70 wide. So let's do this. We'll do a new 70 wide, 10 tall. Okay, so this is our cursor. That looks way too long, huh? Because if our game is here, that looks way too wide, right? Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. I think we want it taller than Flamma. Let's do it 12. Okay, so this is just going to be a test cursor, right? So we're just going to give it okay. So we're gonna save this as a PNG called upgrade cursor. Okay. So let us pull in our upgrade cursor. And actually, we don't need it global, right? We just need it in the refinery state. So we could just import it locally here. Okay, so now let's render our upgrade cursor here at a line. So let's say we're going to draw our upgrade cursor. It's going to be starting at the line text X, and the Y is going to be starting at the top line. And we're just going to see, we can do the offsets, but just to see placement and sizing. Yeah, it's off. That is weird. Why didn't we see the end of it? Okay. I think we just want this around level. So let's, I don't know how many pixels we want it. We need it at least 10 pixels, 11, 12, 13, 14 pixels smaller. 13 pixels smaller. So let's move this 13 pixels in. Okay. Let's try this. Okay. I want the cursor to just be over the level. Okay. This might be okay. We just need to shift it by the line text X. Okay. Let's give it 2 pixels wider. Yep, and then we'll shift it left by 2 pixels. There we go, that looks perfect. Okay. Wow. Okay. So we need this cursor to blink and then be updatable, right? And then it needs to load the custom stuff, and then the custom choices need to be limited, and then the custom choices need to spit out the correct text box. I'm gonna fix Jimmy Cam real quick. Okay. Okay. So we need this cursor to blink and be updatable. And actually, we can kind of... I'm trying to think if we want... Because I'm kind of liking how clean this is. I'm kind of thinking that now when we select, like instead of this blinky box, maybe we have it so that... Oh my god. I don't know. I'm getting overwhelmed at how many things there are to do for this. Okay. I want to add a black border around here so it doesn't look so... I don't know. Yeah, just getting a little overwhelmed with it. Because I was kind of thinking, like, the text that will show up, it'll say Flamma level 1, and then I'll say, like, Flamma level 1 is unlocked because we have it if you highlight over it. Then if you highlight over here, it'll say Flamma level 2 costs 50 minerals or whatever. And then if you click it at that point, it'll advance. Gosh, there's just so much. There's so much to think. Because our whole dialogue system is predicated on an init cycling through and making the pages for you. So we'd have to basically make a new page upon a selection. Ay, it's a lot. It's a lot for me to think about. Okay, shit, man. Yeah, I'm getting overwhelmed. I'm just gonna make a little background border, and we'll just tidy up the comments just so that I can get out of this analysis paralysis. Okay, so what I want to do, this is the so if this is our main tan box, I want to render a black box right before it, and it'll be like the outline, right? So, oh my, that's not what I wanted. So we'll render it the same X, a Y of a -1, so we can see it, and then a width of wider than it is. Yeah, one more wide, and then also one more tall. So we should have a little black outline. Yeah. Okay. So we've got that black outline. This should probably be based on let's do this, and we'll call it upgrade box Y is going to be set to screen height limit -40, -46. And then we'll do that here. Okay, and then the upgrade box width is 80. Okay, we've got the outline. So let's get the outline for our inventory, and then try not to panic. Okay. So we're going to do the same thing where this is the box. So we want to set a black rectangle, this time left one and up one. So we want to put this, you know, if this is, you know, we need a mineral inventory X is going to get this virtual width -28. Oh, okay. Okay, and then this mineral inventory Y is going to get this screen height limit. Minus 40, minus 12. Okay. So right now, we are rendering the black right beneath this inventory, but what we need to do is render it 1 pixel to the left and 1 pixel above it, and then we need to add 1 to the width and 1 to the height. Now we should have a black outline. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I'm just freaking out a bit. There's a lot to do here, and it's tough. So the big thing I'm worried about is getting that custom text rendering depending on the selection. So it's like, oh, fuck. It's really quite tough. We're doing okay. Let's get the cursor blinking. That's step 1. Okay, so we've got a blink boolean, we've got a timer, and we've got a threshold. So in the update, if this Flamma UI is toggled, then all we're gonna do is upgrade our blink timer. So we're gonna assign this upgrade blink timer plus delta time. Okay, if our blink timer greater than our threshold, then we need to alternate our blink boolean. So we're going to say upgrade blink is going to get the opposite of whatever it is. And then we also need to reset our timer. Okay, so now our upgrade cursor blink should be turning on and off every second. So now we just need to set the color for our cursor based on blink. So how do we do that? If our blink timer, upgrade cursor blink, if we're blinking, then we want to be transparent. If we are not blinking, we want to be fully opaque. Okay, then we render our cursor. So let's see if we've got a blinky cursor now. Okay, we're looking for a blinky cursor here. It does blink. Should probably be a bit faster. Okay, we're going to change the blink threshold to maybe 3/4 of a second. Okay. Okay, so we've got this little cursor. I'm still trying to think if we want text to render based on the selection, or the text that'll render here will say like choose upgrade, and then by the time you advance the text, it'll get whatever selection you're at and then render the appropriate thing. If selection is locked, it'll say you cannot afford this. If you've already got it, it'll say you've already unlocked this level. And if you can do the upgrade, it'll say, do you want to spend X amount on the upgrade? You know what? Our cursor is 1 pixel too wide. Let's fix that. Well, actually, it depends because, well, yeah, it is a monospace font, so unless maybe we'll see. No, yeah, it goes all the way to the end. Yeah, let's shrink it by 1. There we go. Okay, so if our upgrade UI is toggled, we need to listen for an input and then change the selection number. So the cursor Y position should be linked to a cursor selection. So the Y position of the cursor should be linked to a selection field that gets modified upon an input. So where we're doing this, we're doing a cursor. The Y is at line 1Y. But what we need to do is actually pull, we'll pull a selection Y. And it looks like we are rendering at line 1, 2, and 3Y. So we're going to say that local selection Y is assigned based on the line number. No, how do we do this? Because we want to render not at line 1Y, but at selection line. So selection Y is going to get whatever line is active. So right now, let's just put that 2Y is active and select. We render the cursor at the selection Y, which is our line 2Y. So let's see, we should have a cursor around selection 2 at this point. Nice, and it blinks. Perfect. Let's test line 3, make sure that's working. Because then all we need to do is upgrade this based on input, and then it should render. And also reset the timer so that we can see the cursor. That's perfect. Cool. So let's do this where instead of assigning this here, we can say selection Y gets assigned to be line 1Y right off the bat, but then we update it. So let's say right here, we're gonna assign it to be this, shoot, we don't have line 1Y until right here. So we could, yeah, all of this should be defined up here anyway. Okay, so now we're saying selection Y is going to be line 1Y. Okay, let's just see. We should have that cursor selector on 1, and then we'll just listen for an input and change the selection Y as well as the blink timer. So when we update this, if we're in the Flamma UI, we're going to say we basically want to update this selection Y based on a table of values. So like we could say we could say that we have a table of a line 1Y, a line 2Y, a line 3Y. So when we assign this, we go to whatever selection number we're at and pull the value from that table. So index 1 is line 1, index 2 is line 2, so forth. And then we need a selection number that starts off at 1. So if we were to do this right, we would say, okay, well, our selection is 1. We have a selection Y table. Now we're going to set our selection Y based on the selection Y table at index selection. So pull the first value, which is line 1. So we should get a cursor at line 1 still. Line 10. Selection Y table needs to get an assignment. Okay, so we should get a cursor at line 1, and it blinks. Perfect. Okay, so now what we need to do, we need to update this selection Y based on an input if we're in this UI. So we have our input library, and we can say if input down, I want to say it's down. We'll have to check. Right, up, down, yeah, down. Okay, so if we press down, then we're going to reassign our selection Y. Actually, okay, I think what we want to do is we need to increase our selection, right? So we'll say selection gets incremented, and then we're going to assign our Y based on the table, but we also need to flush our blink timer. So upgrade cursor blink timer gets reset here as well. So this should change our selection downwards, but we need to do some handling to make it pretty. So cursor 1's blinking, selection 1 rather. I just hit down, it reset our blink timer. Yeah, we probably need to become blinking false also. But look at this, yeah, this is so jacked up. Because we're trying to index a selection out of how many tables we have. So we have to check. We can't increment this if our selection is 3 or greater. So we could loop it around back to the top. I don't really want to do that. I just only want to increment it. Yeah, I think I just only want to increment it if our selection is smaller than or equal or smaller than 3, then we want to increment it. Otherwise, we can reset our blink timer. I think that's okay. We just want it locked, right? Okay, so yeah, we've got that. If you keep spamming down, it resets the blink timer. I think that's okay though. I mean, I don't really care. So if input's down, let's do that. But if input is up, we need to go back up as long as selection is greater than 1. So if selection is greater than 1, then we want to decrement our selection. And then we assign our Y position, reset our timer, and we should have the selection kind of working. Nope, nope, nope. We did the same input. We need to go up. Okay, so we have a selection here. We aren't allowing to go out of these 3 selections. So if I keep spamming up, we don't go past it. If I keep spamming down, we don't go past it, and we blink on the selection. So I don't know, I kind of think it should blink a little faster. But also yeah, I want blinking to become false. We need to reset blinking to be false too here. So even if we initiate a selection change when it's off, the cursor comes right back on to show you what you just moved to. So that's looking right. Okay. Okay, so now I guess what we can do we need an active level, right? So like if we're at level 1, we have this was our mock-up we made yesterday. You know, we need a little rectangle or a little triangle at whatever level we've currently got unlocked. I don't know if I like that, because if you get level 2, would it have an arrow just at level 2 indicating that that's where you're at? Probably. Or an arrow at both because you've got both. Yeah, I think we need an active level cursor that just renders this little arrow at whatever active level, because we need to at least keep track of the active level. Because yo, Salto, yo, thanks for the raid, homie. Welcome in. Yo, what's up? What's up? Welcome in, everyone. Hope the stream went well. I know I was hanging for a while, and then I've got so much work to get done on this, so I got to get back to it. So we're working on the upgrade system in our game here. What up, dude? Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Oh, I got to do a freaking shout out. Yo, I appreciate the follow, Brunk. Sorry, man. Sorry. Yo, I'm going to show you guys the art. I don't know if you guys have seen the art that Salto did for the channel, for the game. We've got our two characters here. So we've got Tashio and Mage. I need to come up with a name for Mage because I can't just keep calling him Mage, right? And then we also got a corrupted gecko too. So hey Squinch, what's up, dude? So yeah, Salto killed it. So if you look at the game, what's cool is like I outsourced all the good art, right? So like you'll see this is the real character, right? So here's Tashio. So he's got the loot. So we can equip the loot, and there he's got the loot just like the picture back there. So the I like Salto's art kind of like sets the tone, right? And then you get down resolution into the game, and you kind of carry over all the awesomeness of Salto's art. So we're working on the upgrade system, right? So the idea is we go into the dungeon, we finish the dungeon. Thanks, Nurse, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, we've been working. It's been like over a year of daily effort on this thing, but it is definitely coming together. So you could come in here and harvest some rubies. So like we've got 1 ruby, we've got 2 rubies. So then you can come. The idea is you take the minerals, the raw minerals you get from a dungeon, and you take them over to the refinery. And we named the refinery character after Salto, City of Straw, Ren. So this is Ren in our game. She's the little refinery. Oops, we need to change our text. We need to change our default text here. But you can see that we come into the upgrade system. This is actually really wrong. We need to set our Salt of Straw, dude. Oops. But we have this, this is what we're working on. We need to basically set how much each level upgrade costs, and we have the little inventory rendering for how many minerals you've got. So the idea is, I need to reset the font. Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah, I've been on like a verge of anxiety attack trying to figure this out. I've been like only focusing on the very next thing because I'm just getting overwhelmed. But we need to set the font render here. So when we go, we need to set the font here in our refinery state. I don't know if we have a monospace font. I don't know if it's small font or not. Oh, it is not small font. Maybe it's classic font. And we also have, so the game has both magic and music, right? So it's like Link's Awakening, but that is not right either. It is not classic font. It is not what font is it? gosh. We have a global fonts, don't we? Classic font, pixel font. What freaking font is it? Pixel font 2. It might be pixel font 2. My bad. I should have known our default font is pixel font 2. So, Brunked, we're trying to finish the demo by April 1st. So we've got the first dungeon set up. Yeah, it is pixel font 2, like a, I don't know why that's default. We're trying to finish the demo by April 1st, and then I'm hoping, I've been saying this from when we started the game that I wanted a 2-year release cycle, or 2-year goal. So if you look at our overworld map, the whole demo kind of covers this whole introductory level. So like this kind of quadrant down here. But the whole game has 4 biomes. So the forest biome kind of extends over here. And the demo only covers the introductory area, not any of the major biomes. So it's a little ambitious to say that I'm going to finish the game a year from now, but that, like, I really think we should kind of plan it out where we plan it out by quarter. So if we don't have the biome, if we don't have the ice biome done in 3 months time, then we're behind schedule. Like, we need to get a biome every 3 months done. So I think that's a good goal. It's taken us a year to get none of the biomes done, but we've got so many things done in our game. You know, we have all the rendering, so like we can draw our map here. So here's our global map. So we can, you know, if we had to ship the game tomorrow, I can just come in here and just make a bunch of art for people to explore, and at least have like 100 scenes of exploring. And we have particle systems, we have enemies, so we can just dump enemies sporadically. We have coins, we have upgrades. Well, we're working on the upgrades. So like, we're trying to do, like if I had to ship it tomorrow, we've got so many tools that we've worked on the past year that allow us to make a lot of the game, but now we need to piece it together. So we have, what, 3 different, I guess we only have 2 different enemies right now. But what's cool is our game is operating very tiny. So like, our game is literally rendering, and all the logic is based on the Game Boy resolution. So 160 wide by 144 tall. So our game, even though we're using this as an export, the game isn't pulling this whole image. What it's pulling is one scene at a time. So our game only really knows what we're currently looking at. So like, this is the size of one scene. It only knows what we're currently looking at, because what we're doing, we draw this, and this is all drawn based on tiles. So this isn't exporting a big old picture. It's literally rendering. It's pulling like, we draw each tile, right? So like, it's memory efficient in the way that anytime we render a grass, we don't render, you know, it's rendering the same grass every tile. So it's not like it's exporting a big old image and then pulling that in. It's using the tile sheet, kind of like old school games. So when we export this from this tiled application, we export it as a global map. And all a global map is, if you look at it, let's see. I don't even know where we export it. Global map, I think it's in graphics actually. Yeah, we export it from that program, and this is what it exports as. It's just numbers. And these numbers are the tile IDs from the sprite sheet. So our game kind of pulls all these tile IDs, and it only loads the current scene we're at. So it's only loading the tile IDs for the 80 tiles on screen here. And then if we do a scene transition, it'll pull the next 80, slide them on, and then it forgets about the old scene. So it's like super tiny. Like if you had to look at the game at any one instance, like, it's so tiny, because it's literal Game Boy resolution. We're scaling it up, but then we're also only worried about, our game only knows about what's on the current scene. So everything gets reset by the time you leave and come back, unless we like permanently modify something. So like if we push this rock, we come off, we come back, and it gets reset. So our game it is kind of adaptable, so that you draw the levels once and then it's kind of just like, that's the level now. So like anytime we come in here, we have to fight this bat, unless we change it to be doing something else. So we do have a music system in the game too. So like we've got falling, we've got these bat enemies, we've got gecko enemies, and then we've got this music system that's kind of like Guitar Hero. So if you pull out your lute, and we've got different elements you can equip. Right now we only have the fire element, and different tunics you can equip too. So you can put on whatever tunic you want, put on whatever element you want, and this, once your lute is equipped, you can pull out this mini game to play Guitar Hero basically. So if we hit the right note, it turns green, wrong note is red. So it's got the timing in there. We just need to build out the right song. So like in Link's Awakening, where you go and once you beat the dungeon, you get the dungeon key for the next one, right? When you beat a biome here, you get the tablature to clear the biome for that area, basically. So the game's kind of in like two states. Like we have a corrupted state. See, we've got this purple water. This purple water is corrupted, and everyone blames the mages for it, because we actually are responsible for the corruption. So like our job is to like reestablish balance in the ecosystem. So once we get the tablature, we pass the dungeon, we unlock the tablature, and then once we equip the tab music, that's what music's scrolling on screen here. If we solve the little riddle, we play the song in the right location, it'll soothe the biome, it'll uncorrupt the waters, and it'll unlock the next biome. So then we get to the heart of the next biome, we get the next tab music, then we can soothe that biome, that unlocks the next biome, and we kind of play that way, kind of like how dungeon keys work in Link's Awakening. Thanks, Nurse. Yeah, I'm really happy with it. We've got, basically, I've got the melody that we need to put into the song for the sheet music, but the way we're inserting it is like I have to insert it one note at a time, one string, one fret at a time, and then the timing, because we have the bass notes on a loop, and we need to make sure that they don't get out of sync with the main melody, so it's a little tough. Yo, sorry about ads, Brunkt. Let me know when you're back from ads, and I'll let you know about the systems. Or I guess you can't hear me if you're in ads anyway. But what is cool? Here, I'll wait a bit till ads are done. Are ads still rolling? Okay, if ads are done, let me know if ads are done, and then I'll tell you. Oh, they're done. Okay. Sorry, dude. Sorry. I know they play regardless, so I kind of just do it every hour, and then we're ad free. So I'll show you what's cool. We're using the game engine called Love2d, which is open source, and the language we're programming in is called Lua. And we've got one reason I love this. One reason I love this game engine is because we can build for Windows, Linux, Mac really easily, and also iOS and Android for mobile. So we got all the mobile detection working. So you can pull out it will, and we're also doing at least for the demo, we're doing this web deployment build. So you can go on your smartphone and go to tashio.dev, and you can play it right now on your phone. So we've got touch detection working on the web deployment, and you can work on playing this first dungeon. So that's one reason I love the oh, you know what? We need to set our bats are kind of, actually, I don't know, that looks okay. They're spitting not based on the frame rate, so we need to kind of fix that. But the goal is, it's going to be on Steam for cheap. The demo's going to be free. The source code for the game is free, so if you download it from GitHub, you can have it for free. So the goal is just, anyone who wants to play it should be able to. So I've been building it, focusing on that, so that if you just have a smartphone, you can play. If you just have a PC, you can play. If you have a Mac, you can play. If you're on Linux, you can play. So the only thing is, like, the saving doesn't work on the web deployment. So normally you would come and save your game by meditating at an idle here, but I don't have a method to save your current state and load your state from the web deployment. So if you want to save your game and make progress, you probably have to download the real thing. Switch is a great idea. I don't know what it takes to deploy, but I know if you guys are familiar with Balatro, which just won like Game of the Year or whatever at GDC, that was programmed in Love2d and Lua, which is the same stack I'm using. So I think Balatro has a Switch build. So I don't know if it's a thing they have to specifically port it or if it can be built for Switch. I don't know, but that's a good idea. I'll have to look into that because that would be really cool. So yeah, I mean, we're decent. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say because it's like we've done a year of development and we're not even done with the demo yet, but we've got so many of the pieces kind of worked on. So we're in a good shape to really make a lot of progress. And the past month, we've made a ton of progress on this thing. Yeah. So yeah, we're hoping to ship the demo. Well, I'm hoping to have the demo structurally done by April 1st, and then I'll do some polish and do some testing, and then once we do some play testing, then we can kind of finalize the port for the demo for the Steam page release. You've been trying to do digital detox and you sold your gaming PC. Oh, shoot. Bit of a nightmare to port to Switch. Ooh. If it costs money, I mean, yeah, because I'm not about to learn how to port Lua onto Switch if it's not an easy process. I don't know if it means you have to pay a team to port it or what that is, Squinch, but it'd be nice to have it on Switch, but also it's on a smartphone. So if you got a smartphone, you can play it. You just might have to beat it in one session because there's no saving, which could be fun. Okay, but yeah, we're doing good progress. I mean, it's very tough. It's very tough, but hopefully, I'm trying to think of it as like, this has been a learning process, right? Where I don't know, Brunked. I don't know how long. So nurse, like I'm kind of like, I love video games, but I don't play a lot. I'm just like yeah, I mean, if I had to choose, like, I could never make any games again or never play any games again, I would choose to make games. But I love games, so I get where you're coming from. And then yeah, I don't know, Brunked. I don't know. It depends how good you are. It depends how good you are, because you can, if you're bad at the game, what you can do is come in here and you can, so like, see, our spellcast right now has one spell surrounding us. So like the timing of the spell, it'll protect you if you get the timing right. So like if the bat flies at you by the time your spell's kind of coming around, it'll hit and do it. But we have this we have the upgrade system we're working at, right? So if we go and upgrade our spell, you can get either 2 or 3 spellcast entities for your flame. And so if you upgrade to level 3, see how much stronger you are for protecting yourself now that you've got 3 surrounding. So if someone isn't so good at the timing or the evading, upgrading the spellcast will definitely help you in the playthrough. So it kind of just depends on if you're really good and you don't need any of the upgrades, maybe the game will be a third as long because you don't need to go explore and get your mineral upgrades and come by them. Nice, yeah, Squinch. One game I had no chill with recently was Hades. I downloaded Hades and then I just had no chill. I couldn't stop playing it. So like I definitely do get in those modes. And then I think my old thumbs got sore from playing Hades. I had to take a break. Controller support on mobile. I don't know what that even means. There's only touch on mobile. There is controller support on Steam. So like if you plug in a Switch controller, the game works on Switch controller. I know, I get that, Brunked. I don't like playing with touch. I like that it works, but it doesn't feel good to play with touch. Old Final Fantasy games. I've never actually played Final Fantasy game. I should. Which, if I had to play only one Final Fantasy, which one would it be, Squinch? I'm with you, Brunked. I don't like the touch controls. I don't know what it takes to get... You know what? If your Bluetooth controller for your phone... I have an input library that detects different presses and stuff, and I added controller support, and the mobile deployment is technically the same port that has the controller support. So if you have your Bluetooth controller, maybe that's something you can try and see if it works with the game, and that could help me out if it even works. I don't know what it's like once it's paired. You can try it on the web deployment and maybe it'll work, because I have controller support detected for joysticks or for gamepads, so it might work, but I don't know, and I don't have those things to test. I remember back in high school I had a jailbroken iPod Touch, and I got it to be syncing with the Wiimote. So I had this was before iPhone had a lot of support for anything. So it was, I want to say it was on a Gen 2 iPod Touch. I had it jailbroken, and I had a SNES emulator. So I would play at lunch, I'd play Mario Kart SNES with a Wiimote on my iPod Touch, Bluetooth. That was super cool. And then I even had that, you remember that Impossible Mario video? You know which one I'm talking about? The I forget what it's called. The Impossible Mario video where the dude's playing the really hard build of Mario. I had that actual ROM on my Touch too, and I'd play it with Wiimote at lunch. So yeah, you'd think I would have been more popular, but definitely not. I thought people would want to play with me, but also it didn't have multiplayer, so I think it was just no one wants to use your 10 minutes at lunch to squint at someone's iPod Touch. That's pretty sweet. Yo, that's pretty sweet. I do want to play. I want to see if I can emulate PS2 games, because I want to play Shadow of the Colossus with PS2 graphics. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm quite overwhelmed with this right now. We've got the selection for the different levels. we need to reset the level selection upon quitting. So we can start there, and then I want to do it Salto. I haven't looked into how to emulate PS2 yet, but that's something I've been wanting to do recently. Just because Shadow of the Colossus is like the coolest. Yeah, other than, you know, like Bloodborne and Sekiro are in like my god tier of gaming, of modern gaming, but like Shadow of the Colossus is up there too. It's just too cool. Okay, so we need to reset our selection to number 1 if we exit a dialog box. So here in our refinery state, we're gonna reset. Where do we do this? If our active dialog ID is equal to nil, we're gonna reset our selection back to 1. And then we'll need to turn this into a class so that we can have different elements render for different upgrades. So right now only Flamma and Rubies are here, but we need to have it so that if you choose Aquis, you have the Aquis rendering and Sapphire, Emerald, and Topaz. I don't know if I want to make my own minerals or what. Yeah, it's... Yo, if you get one of those... oh yeah, dude, Need for Speed Underground was great. I loved Need for Speed Hot Pursuit too. I liked that one. I probably played that one a little more than Underground. But you should probably buy it. And you can get one of those AV adapters to HDMI, and then you could even play Guitar Hero like the good old days. On your TV, play Guitar Hero 2 on the TV, yeah. Okay, so yeah, I'm overwhelmed with this because we're not even selecting, we're not redoing our selection here. I thought we just did that. Selection. It's not selection, it's upgrade cursor selection, right? No, it is literally selection. Selection Y. Oh, we need to reset our selection Y also. So let's update selection and our selection Y here. Okay, so now it should reset. But yeah, the part I'm at right now is the hard part I've been like stressing over. So at least our selection is getting reset. That's nice. So we basically need to keep track of how much these upgrades cost. We need to keep track of which upgrade you're at. And then what happens if you hit the A button on any of these selections in any of those scenarios. So like if you're at a level 1 spellcast on Flamma and you hit A on it, does it say you already have this upgrade, or does it just exit and then, or does it do nothing? But like we hand rolled this whole dialogue system, and it is not very easy. It's not very easy to get it working, right? So I'm worried about that. Yeah, I'm like really baffled at how we're gonna do this. Because ideally what happens is if you select level 1, it's gonna then go check. Okay, if you hit select, what level are you at and what level did you select? If you selected the same level you're at or below, it should probably say you already have this upgrade. If you hit level 3 and you're only at level 1, it should say you need level 2 before, you need to get level 2. Yeah, Brunked, I agree. I think it would be cool. It doesn't compile to assembly or anything, so it can't actually run. It can't be flashed to a cartridge, unfortunately. But the whole goal is so that it, I'm trying to mimic it, other than, the color palette limitations and stuff. I'm trying to make it feel like a Game Boy for sure. And the controls are limited to the A and B buttons, which have been tough, but also helps the kind of feel of a Game Boy game because you only have so many options to press, which has been tough, but fun. Yeah, this is really tough because ideally, we need to have an active level so that if you try to select a level 2 levels ahead of where you're at, it'll say you cannot afford this upgrade. If you select the level that is just above your current level, it'll tell you the price of it. And if you advance on the level, 1 level above your current level, it should say, if you have enough money and you press it, it should say, do you want to buy this upgrade for X amount of rubies? And if you don't have enough money, it'll say, you need more rubies. Yeah, I think so too, Brunkt. I think it's yeah, I think it's fun. It's fun. And especially, yeah, it's fun. And I have the A and B buttons mapped to O and P on the keyboard, as well as space and shift, but I usually play with O and P because it's like the A and B button combo in the WASD for moving. So I can make it feel kind of like a Game Boy. It's not just only your thumb though, but yeah, I would like some tactile buttons for the mobile deployment for sure, but I don't know if that's possible. Okay, so yeah, the really tough thing is getting this custom dialogue working, because we need to kind of evaluate what level we're at, plus our inventory, plus the level of cost it takes on what level selection you're on. So maybe what we can work on is just we can have a table for what each level costs. And since we have the level 1 already, we can have it called a check mark or something. Brunkt, I would like it to have reassignable buttons. And if you look at if you know a little bit of code, you can probably remap it fairly easily, because we have an input library that we're using. And we have it right here. So you can remap it if you know the code. You just go into the dependencies line 45 here, and you can map left to be any key you want. So you could remap it to different buttons, but the controller support, it's pulling axis left X here is pulling joystick X, like left joystick X controls, and then it's also pulling a D-pad left button. So any controller with a D-pad or a left joystick or right joystick, it should be handled by this input library I'm using. So we do have this joystick. It only pulls from the first controller you've got plugged in. So if it doesn't work and you have more than one controller plugged in, that might be an issue, but it should pull from D-pad and joystick buttons from any controller that your PC recognizes. But I haven't tested it because I don't have too many controllers to test it with. I've tested Nintendo Switch controller and that's it. But that one works. Okay, so I kind of think kind of think we should have a selection cost table. And it'll be a table of strings. So it'll say like, you know, maybe it says, I don't know, unlocked for level 1. And maybe it is 25 rubies for the second upgrade and 50 rubies for level 3. So what we can do here is render what the selection costs takes, but we also need these as variables because we need to compare it to our inventory to see if we actually have enough. So we probably actually need this to be a table of numbers so that we can compare it. So let's say that this is actually a table of numbers. So we have this selection cost table. So let's render what it costs depending on our active selection. So when we update our selection here, we get the new selection from our table, and we need to, where are we rendering our Flamma UI? We're doing it right here. So let's say that we're gonna, after we print our levels, we want to print up on screen. You know, this probably won't have an actual UI representation, but we can at least print the value here. So we can say that the cost is going to be a string concatenated with a casted string version of our selection cost table at index whatever our selection is. So we're going to get whatever selection, we're going to go into our table and get the value at the correct selection, and we're going to print it up on the screen here, and we're just going to put it at, for right now we'll just put it at 0, 0. So it should say the cost of whatever, and the cost is either 0, 25, or 50. 139. We need to close our string. Okay, so now we need to set our color so we can see it. Okay, so cost 1, cost 25, cost 50. So we have this. So, gosh, there's so many steps. So, like, we probably need an active level too, right? So, like, even if you had 50 rubies, but you were still only a level 1, you can't skip level 2 and come over here to level 3. So we need a way to track our active level, so that we can determine if you can even unlock level 3, even if you have the inventory to do so. So I think that might be the next step. Yeah, and ideally we kind of gray out any level that's out of your reach. So shoot, man. It's so much. It's so much. It's so tough. Let's have an active level. And this is why we need to turn this into a class, because we have 4 different elements. So we need an active level for each element. But for right now, we'll say active level's 1. Now we have this cursor. I don't think we have a cursor like we need. So let's make a new cursor we need for this. It's going to be, actually, yeah, let's see, because I think we have. I don't think we have a little arrow cursor like we need here. We have a dialog box cursor. See this right arrow selector? What is this? Oh, we do have a right arrow selector. Okay. So this right arrow selector, we need to render at the current activated level. So right arrow selector, where do we import that? It looks like it is a global called right arrow selector. Okay. So we have this active level. Now we need to render a right arrow selector that is at a Y location of wherever our active level is. So let's say right here, we're going to put a right arrow selector, and its X position is going to be left justified, but its Y position is going to be, let's just try it at our selection Y just to see if it's updating and in the right location. Okay, so yeah, we have this selector. We need to scoot it down maybe 3 pixels. And then we don't want it at a selection Y. We want it locked at whatever level you're at. So if you're at, you know, we have this table. Oh my gosh, what is it? We have this table, selection table. And selection Y is going to be, yeah, selection Y table. That's what it is. Selection Y table. So selection Y table, but it's going to be at the index of whatever our active level is, which in our case is this active level of 1. So we should be able to say active level and then shift it down by 3. And this is going to be our active level. It should be at level 1. Yes, it shouldn't blink, and it's off. Gosh. I really don't like this about pixel art. That sucks. Is like if it's an even number of pixel, right? Like 10. It's this Flamma is a 10 by 10. But we have this arrow that comes to a point, but that point can't exist perfectly in between. It can't be perfectly centered because there's 5 pixels up, 5 pixels down. So the only middle would be if we had this come to a point of 2 pixels. So I don't like that, but it's okay. It has to be off. So we want this to not be flashing. And we do this blink here. So let's just set where it's just a pure white. Oh, excuse me. Oh, okay. So we have this, you know, I don't know if I like this to show like the active level you have. I don't think it's very clear that you've like got it unlocked. Because it kind of looks like it should be part of the selector. Yeah, how do we say what level you're currently at? Maybe there's like a little halo around Flamma that is like, gosh, I don't know. Yeah, because like we need to signify, and that's the other thing too. Like if you come in here and you've bought all 3 upgrades, what does it say when you hover over them? it won't say a cost because you've already got them. So what will it say? How will it signify? Yo, thanks, nurse. Yo, have fun. Yo, thanks for hanging. Maybe gray out. Yeah, it's like, it's hard because, I don't know. Because grayed out kind of, to me, kind of implies that you can't select it. So like, do we make it, gosh. This is part of the reason why I've been so overwhelmed with it. It's like, there's so many different things. Like, regardless of none of the dialogue working, but we have to have it for all of the other elements. But there's just too many, there's so many factors. You know, I'm thinking maybe like a check mark instead of this level selector, this right arrow selector. Like a little check mark if you've got it. But I don't know. It's really strange. Solid brackets if we've got it. I think solid brackets just looks a little like if we do the solid brackets, then when our selector's over it, it'll become like invisible. Gosh, I really don't know. Because I'm kind of thinking something over the orb if you've got it. So like it'll be a red outline if you can't afford it. It'll be a, I don't know. Could change the hover border. So like Squinge, if it's a level 3 and we're at a level, we've only unlocked level 1, the hover border will be red because we can't select it. And then I guess, because if we've already got it unlocked, would it be green like we've already got it? And then black for any selection that you can do? I kind of like that idea of, the hover border. I kind of like that. Because like, it'll become red because you can't do it. And then if you're pressing advance on a border selected and it's a red color, then we just don't advance the text. We just, because you can't afford it. And then would it be green if we've already got the level? Like I'm trying to think if we have, do we need this right arrow selector to be like the highest level that you've unlocked? Yeah, I like that, Squinch. I think that's good. But I guess I'm still thinking about, like, maybe we have an arrow, gosh, because the arrow selector to me, this arrow selector is kind of like, should we leave this at the highest level that you've got? Because I'm trying to think of what it looks like. Like, let's say they've got level 2 upgrade, then what does it look like when they come in here? It would look like, would this arrow selector be on level 2 because they've got level 2? This selector would be grayed out because you've already got it. So the hover border would kind of be like gray because you can't buy it because you're already at that level. So any subsequent levels kind of grayed out. And then level 3 will be green if you can afford it, and it'll be black if, gosh, I don't know. Yeah, I kind of like the idea. I like this idea of maybe, red if you can't. A little frame on whatever level you're currently at. Yeah, like but then again, well, if because the thing is, if you're at level 2, Oh my gosh. I've been like looking at the word level just looks like it's spelled wrong at this point to me. Oh my gosh. I can't get over the fact that level looks wrong to me. Because if we go with that idea, Brunked, it's like if we're at level 2, we have both level 1 and level 2. So like we might do, would that mean the frame, this ornate frame, we would go over both of them because we have them both? No, yeah, this is cool, Brunked, because like I'm trying to figure it out. I really don't know. I think what we do is we calculate for each selection, we calculate if it can be afforded. So like I like this idea of it's red, the border turns red if you can't afford it, or if it's out of range of your current level. You know, I tried that, Brunked, and it looked so weird. Because we have a monospace font, it just looked so weird when I did that. So I did have that in the mock-up. Yeah, if you look at the... I closed the mock-up, but I did have it, and it just looked so weird. So I liked how it looked spelled out better. But I agree with you. I liked level like that. LVL, I liked that, but it just looked so weird. It was mainly the monospace font that looked so weird about it. Okay, so I think the active selector should have a state of either unlocked, selected, or invalid. So if it's invalid, it's red because you can't afford it, or it's one level out of your current range to afford. It's selected if it's one level higher than your current level and you can afford it. Well, yeah, because I mean, I don't like the idea of it being red. Well, yeah, I guess if you can't afford it, it should be red because you don't have enough. Even though you could do it. So, yeah, you would just need enough. Okay, and then if it's selected and it's at the current level you're at, it would just say, would it say anything? It would just be a gray selector so that you can see it, but it'd be kind of grayed out because you've already got that level unlocked. Yes, Brunked, because you can't go from a level 1 to a level 3. You know, even if the level 3 costs 50 and you have 50, you can't go from level 1 all the way to level 3. You kind of got to buy it in tiers. Okay, so let's try to get the active level rendering. I mean, actually, I think it is already rendering because we're rendering it at the active level Y position. So if we were to change the active level to 2, we should have that little arrow next to level 2. Yes. Okay. Okay, so if we have this active level, we need this color to be set based on what you can afford, essentially. So like instead of setting it to white, we might set it to red if you can't afford it, or if it's one level out of your way. Easy to force with progression locks. Can't access this area if you don't have level 2 Flamma. What about graying it out but have the reason for the limitations spelled out? That's a good idea. It's just that the dude that programmed the text system didn't make it very easy to do custom parts. We need to figure it out, so like we'll probably end up doing that. I like that. Like if you select it and it's red, it'll say you need to upgrade to level 2 first if you try to do level 3. Or if it's red and you click it and it's just one level above you, it'll say you need, it said requires 50 rubies or requires level X. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think we do need that. It's just that the way the dialog box text is generated right now is only for printing up one character at a time, and we kind of do it all ahead of time. We need to upgrade our dialogue system to basically, we need to write a new page of dialogue based on the conditions. You know, we need to say the next page of dialogue is the requires level X to unlock text instead of what was currently in there. So it might not be that tough, but we've got, it's so gross. If I show you, like, if we look at the dialogue box class that we made, we hand rolled this dialogue box object, and we take in a text to print, right? It calculates how many pages, how many strings of text are on each page, and then it prints them out one character at a time, one word at a time, if they can fit on the current line. And then and then it basically has a couple methods for us to flush the text. It has a blinking for the advancement. It also renders them one at a time, and also cancels if you hit the B button. So like, our dialogue box is, oh my god, 372 lines of code for the dialogue box object. So like, there's a lot that can go wrong. If we go in and say, okay, well, let's advance the page, and as we advance the page, let's go rewrite the page to be this text under this condition, we still we'd have to come in here and reset the line count and the text index, I think. But we should be able to do it. It's just like we got to figure it out. We got to figure that out. And that's the reason my anxiety is like so high with all this, because it's like, I know it's not so simple, but we're taking it one step at a time. Let's try to do this. Where let's just set the color, because the color, if we can get the color set to be accurate for if you can't afford it because of minerals, or if you can't afford it because it's out of your level range, if we can have a little state string that just keeps track of which type we need to print, then by the time A button is pressed, we get what result needs to be in the next dialog box, and then we can worry about it at that point in time. So let's just try to get what we can do is we can set like an error message, or wow, error message is actually in Lua. We need, yeah, it sounds so easy. Like, it's like all you got to do is print up the result. Like, you can't afford this, but the way is printing one character at a time based on the current page, based on the actual page contents for the dialog box that's active, depending on which, it's like so much. It's so much. But basically let's just say that this is called result string or something. So we have this result string, and we need to populate this result string based on the selection, and based on if you can afford it, based on if it's out of your range, sort of deal. And then we need to set the color based on the result as well. So yeah, oh man, my brain is like, this is complicated, dude. Okay, so if this is this is our render. Oh, this is our update. Okay, so I'm kind of thinking we need to set the color to be equal to my brain hurts, man. Okay, let's just do we have a gray? Do we have a gray color? Really? We don't have a gray, really? Oh yeah, we do. Gray with an AY. Okay. So let's do this where we have a red, a green, and a gray. and a black for the selector. You know, Brunkt, this really kind of is my unwind time, even though it does stress me out. It's one of those things that, like, I feel like I'm always like 2% within burning out, but if I don't work on the game, I get depressed. So it's kind of like I either choose burnt out and depressed or just burnt out, which I'd rather just be burnt out. Like, I feel guilty if I don't work on the game, so like I just, and it's not like I feel bad so much as like I just want, I know how much work this is, and looking back, you know, this has been like a year of daily effort, and if I took days off here and there, I just, you know, wouldn't get it done. Like, I crave working on it daily. That's just how I am. I just need to do it daily. It's just, I have no chill. If I take one day off, it turns into a weekday off. So I just have no chill. Yeah. I wish I was different. Yeah, I mean, if I took, it's not so much the regret. Like let's say if I took a day off every week, I'd be almost 2 months behind, right? I'd be 52 days behind where I'm at right now after a year. So I'd be where I was at 2 months ago, which is one thing, right? That's definitely the case. I mean, maybe the other days I'd work more because I had the days off, but to me, it's more like if I take a day, it'll turn into a weekend, and then it'll turn into a week. I just have no chill with it. I just have to do it every day. So yeah, I do need a break. Like, I'm burnt out. I'm burnt out more from work than from this. Even though I've been working a lot on this, I'm more burnt out from work. And the way I recover from being burnt out from work is working on this. So even though it does stress me out, it's one of those, like, I'd rather have the hell I choose than the hell I don't choose. So I guess we need to figure out, yeah, ideally we would do this thing here where we set the color to be, you know, a result color, just as a sort of thing, right? So like the result color, this doesn't exist, but I'm just trying to map this out. So like if we have a table, we have a table of result colors, and the table is our result colors of, it should be a key value pair. So we can say, let's set the color. Shoot, how do we want to do this? Okay, I guess before we worry about the color, let's just try to get the result string. So we have this result string empty. Basically, as we update the selection, we need to compute the result for the new selection. So right here, after, you know, this is when we update. Okay. Okay, let's think this through. So like the result string is going to have a couple of options, right? It's going to be either what? It could be grayed out. So like if our selected is our active level, then result string is grayed out, or like grayed out would mean non-selectable. So we have a non-selectable, which is gray. We have a too expensive or out of reach. So this would be a non-selectable is more like, and the result string would be like already have upgrade or whatever. The red would be too expensive, so it would be like what could we call this? Like too expensive or out of range, right? So like Brunk said, like level X is needed, or X minerals are needed. So it's red if you either don't have the level previous, or if you don't have the minerals. You think I don't call it the minerals? Okay, and then there's also can afford. Available upgrade. Okay, and then we need black, which would be well, no, we wouldn't really have a black. Because if the upgrade is within your range, right? If it's only one level higher than your current level, but you don't have the minerals, it'll be red because you just don't have the minerals. So like, yo, sounds good, Squinch. Yo, have fun. Good luck doing whatever you got to do today. Thanks, man. Okay, ads are coming in. Half tempted to make another coffee, but I don't know. Okay, so yeah, so we'd have a grayed out color, we'd have a red color, or we'd have a green color. If you can't afford it, yeah, I guess that makes sense. If you can't afford it, it'd be green. If you can't afford it, it'd be red. If you already have it, it'd be grayed out. So there's no default black selector. It would just be either you can't afford it yet, you can't afford it yet. You know, we might need 2 levels of this. I think we do need 2 levels of this. We need to find out it's either too expensive or it's out of your level range. So yeah, water's a good call. I did not even get water. Yeah. I'll go fill up my water. I'll be right back. But I think we're on the right track with this. Okay. Well, we're on the right track. Yeah, I think we need a result string that is out of range. Yo, sorry for ads, Brunked. Okay. Okay, so we have 4 results upon selecting a level. Right? Either you select it and you already have it, then the page should say you already have that upgrade. You can select it and it's within your range of level, but you don't have the minerals, or it's out of range of mineral, or you can actually afford it. Cool. Welcome back, Brunked. Is it Brunked or is it Brun DK? What? Brunked? Feels a little weird. It's always funny to see everyone's different names. Brunked. I don't know if you're like a Donkey Kong fan and you're actually Brun Donkey Kong or something like that. Okay, so basically when we do this update, when we press our inputs, we need to check, as we get our new selection, we need to compute a result string Okay. Wow, yeah, I haven't thought about Lich King in years. Was that like, jeez, when was that? 2009? 2010? Yeah, because even before we select it, we need to know what color. So like as we update the selection, I don't know, I kind of think we don't even need to do it at the selection. We kind of need to do it because if we're calculating it every selection, you know, depending on what you select doesn't change the fact that it's the same result. It's not going to become affordable because we've selected it now, you know, like it's so it's kind of like we just need to calculate it right off the bat. So it's like we can calculate the result strings and colors as soon as we initialize this Flamma state. And we'd only need to do it once. Half of me thinks that we should just split this out into a class right now before it gets more complicated. Yeah, my brain's telling me like I don't want to do that because it's like, but we've got to do it, and now is better than later. Shit. Okay. Oh man, it's so tough. Okay. So the idea is we need an upgrade class, and based on which spell you click on, it'll render the correct inventory for which one you've selected, the correct upgrade cost for the minerals you've selected, the correct images for the minerals you've selected, and then it needs to hold on to its own active level, right? Because right now we're saying active level is 1, that's just for Flamma, but if you upgrade to level 2, your active level for Echo is still level 1. So we need to pull this out into a class. And we can have all the update logic only render for the activated class here in our refinery state. So I think the move is we do a git commit now, and then we try to pull out our inventory into its own class. And if we can get it switching based on the items, then we can start coding the active levels for the actual inventory slot we're worried about. And then we can continue on with this result string idea for the hover border color, for the active selection. I think that's the right move. So let's do a git commit, and then we'll keep chugging along. Okay, let's pull this out into its own class. So what we need to do is make a new class that'll have all these variables. It'll have the image to render for the element. It'll have the active element. It'll have the price for the upgrades. It'll have all this stuff. And then it'll also handle the rendering, the selection update, as well as the result string for the stuff. So we'll go into our source here, and we'll make a new class, and it'll be called upgrade element class. So we'll make an upgrade element.lua, and this upgrade element is gonna be equal to a class object, just like this. So we'll have an initialized function. We'll have an update that takes delta time. And we'll have a render function. Cool. We need to require this so our game knows it exists. So we're doing a bunch of stuff here. We'll require it. It's just called upgrade element. Okay. So the idea is, instead of our refinery state doing this based on if self-Flamma UI is triggered, we're going to have an init that has Flamma upgrade is going to get the element upgrade object, upgrade element. So this is an instantiation of that class we just made, and we put it in Flamma upgrade. I think we need to do, because we need an upgrade object for every one of the elements, because they all have unique levels and prices and images. So it's not that we would render the input logic based on a Flamma UI trigger, but we would need to basically know, okay, we dialog collided with the Flamma, so let's go into our Flamma upgrade element and start updating it. So it would be, where are we saying Flamma UI gets true? We do it right here. If we collide, we need to add something here, because it's like we don't know that we interacted with Flamma, because right here, if we talk to Ren, it would still trigger the Flamma UI. So we can trigger it based on the index, because the dialog box index 2 is Flamma. So we can say if our index is 2, then go ahead and become active Flamma. See, this is like, how would we trigger? Because if upgrade, I think what we need to do, shit, man. Upgrade element would have to take in an argument, so it knows what thing to render and what thing to set its prices and whatnot. But we kind of need like a active upgrade, because we would have 4 upgrades, but we need to know which upgrade to actually update. So what we can do is say it starts off as nil, but if we collide with this thing and it is the index of the Flamma element, then we can say, okay, well, our active upgrade is going to get the Flamma upgrade element right here. So instead of this Flamma UI true, we're going to say our active upgrade is now Flamma upgrade, but we would only do this if the index of this dialog box is equal to the number that Flamma is when we define it, which is, we say what? Flamma, it's at, oh my god. Where do we call it upgrades? Where do we do this? Nope. Because it's like we're rendering it, we know we have it right here. Okay, so it's an index 2. That's that last parameter there, index 2. So if the dialog box object in that dialog box table, if its 5th parameter here is a 2, which is just index, we snag it and we put it in index, we don't even save it. It's a dialog ID. We should probably also just save the index. So we're gonna snag the index. I don't like, even though it's the same thing as dialog ID, I don't like writing dialog ID for that. So, okay, so we snag the index for our dialog box. So when we go to activate the Flamma upgrade, we're going to say, we're only going to do this if the V, which is the dialog box that we just collided with. So if it's Flamma, it would be this v.index equals 2. So if we collide particularly with the Flamma dialog box, then our active upgrade is going to become Flamma. Now that is going to be the class object instantiation of this upgrade system that we're defining. And Flamma upgrade is a Flamma upgrade element item with the parameter Flamma passed in. Upgrade element with Flamma passed in. So in our upgrade element, we need the init to require a string of a type. And the type is going to get assigned right here. And then we need to do, basically we need to say, okay, well, if our type is equal to Flamma, then we need to pull the image. So we would pull, we would pull the image for Flamma here. Okay, so we aren't doing, we have to migrate all our old logic from our refinery state into the upgrade element, because now instead of this working based on Flamma UI, which is right here, we basically need to put all this update logic for Flamma UI into the class. So we can say update active element upgrade, and just leave that there, and we can put it here in upgrade element. Our update is now gonna be listening for that input, changing this selection stuff. Input down is if okay, so we need to make sure all these variables are not local to the refinery state, but local to our upgrade element class. So they should probably all be self values. So let's come out here. We need all of this. Oh my gosh, man. All this stuff. It is crazy, man. Like, well, and this is one reason why I find streaming actually very helpful in programming, is I can talk it through out loud, because it helps me, instead of holding it in my brain, actually saying it helps me wrap my head around what I'm actually trying to do. So it makes a lot of sense for me to try to do it this way. So we're going to put this in the init, and instead of all these local variables, we want these to be self-referential. We could keep them. If we keep them local, we have no ability to access them. We can't go into our upgrade element and say change its active level to 1 if we purchase the upgrade or whatever it is. So we do want these not local variables, but fields, members upon the class itself. So what I'm going to do is replace every local space with a self dot. So we have these self variables here. Now we calculate all the same variables, but the image here would be based on the type, so we can still change that, but we have that. So now all of these values here are now referencing the self instead. So we can say anytime that we have selection, we want to actually put self.selection. And anytime we have selection, let's do this. And then anytime we have this upgrade cursor, it's the self upgrade cursor. Okay. So now this logic is tied to the particular element that we should be updating, but we still need the render. So let's go to our refinery state and we'll try to pull the render for this. And if we look at it, we have all this upgrade UI based on Flamma still, which is the old way. So if we delete this element item, we need to leave a render active upgrade. So here in our upgrade element render function, we don't do this based on Flamma UI. We do it based on the object itself. So basically now, oh my goodness, we've got to change all of these local things to self things, so we can define these things up here. Okay, so now in our render, oh my gosh, we've got more. I probably should have done this from the get-go. But I didn't even know what I was trying to do. You know, this is okay. Okay, so we have all these variables. This result color isn't an actual thing just yet. Okay. Okay, so we just need to make sure all these references are the correct item compared to the active. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. We're good. We're okay. Okay, we're gonna change any mineral inventory to be self.mineral inventory. We're going to change our selection table. Yeah, Brunked, it's very nice. Like, well, it really sucks when you're stuck, but it really rocks when you're making progress. So like there's been days where like 2 or 3 days go by and it feels like I made backwards progress, and those days are really tough. But if you can like chip along and just like one step at a time and keep making progress, it is really, really cool. Do we have a self-selection Y table? Yes, we do. Okay. So we're going to change every upgrade box to be self.upgrade box. Every line to be self.line. We want this to be a self.selection cost table at our own selection. We want cursor blink to be relative to our cursor blink. This should be line is self.line. Okay, find selection. Our own selection Y. Our own selection Y table at our active level. Index. Okay, this is looking like basically all we need, other than we need our mineral as a self.mineral picture. So self.mineral is going to be a drawable. Let's add that before we forget it. And we need it based on the type. So we'll say self.mineral, we'll need to set, and we'll need to set self.element to be set as well. So whenever we go and try to render Flamma, this isn't always Flamma. It is going to be the self.element that we decide it is. So any reference to Flamma would be the element that we draw right here, or that we assign right there. And then any mineral we're gonna render as the mineral based on the type of thing it is. Okay, so all we kind of did was migrate the update and render logic into this actual class instantiation for this upgrade element. Now we are assigning the active element, the active upgrade, to be the Flamma one. So let's just make sure that we pull in, if self type is Flamma, element is Flamma, mineral is ruby. Okay, that's only if we pass in a type parameter of Flamma to our upgrade element, which if we look at our refinery state, when we go and define our Flamma upgrade, it is an upgrade element object with Flamma passed in as parameter. So Flamma upgrade, self Flamma upgrade in our refinery state should be our old Flamma update logic. So we need to add both the update and the render for the active upgrade element in our update for our refinery. So that's where we left this. We need to basically only, oh my gosh, we need to, what am I doing? Okay, we basically need to ask, because we only assign an active upgrade if we collide with the Flamma element. So we're gonna say basically all we want to do is say self.Flamma upgrade, and we run the update method and we pass in delta time. That's what we're trying to do. But we only want to do this if this is our active upgrade, basically. So like if our self.active upgrade does not equal nil, meaning we have an active upgrade, then we're going to update this Flamma element, and we need to do the similar thing to the render. So when we go to render this active upgrade, if it does not equal nil, then we want to run the render function on it. Okay. Let's see if anything happens. Okay, line 1 Y on upgrade element line 12 is a nil value. Yes, we need, this needs to be based on the self dot line. Oops. Self. Okay, let's try it. Selection Y table from our refinery state 59. Let's see, refinery state 59. Yes, we need to have our self selection. Oh, actually. Okay. Okay, this is okay. Yeah, we're trying to do this. So basically, instead of saying Flamma UI is false, we now need to say active upgrade is false. Actually, is nil, which covers that. But then we need to reset the active upgrade. So before we flush the active upgrade, we need to see, we need to go into the active upgrade selection and flush that. And then we need to go into the active upgrades selection Y field and assign that to be, what are we doing? We're assigning the selection Y to be reset. Okay, yeah. No, that's so that it stays highlighted. self selection Y table at self selection. And it's not self, it's actually self dot active upgrade dot selection Y. God dang. Yeah. Okay, so that should be these two things. So this is basically saying we're saying like if we have an active dialog ID, we're just gonna update the dialog box that is at that location for Flamma. If we don't have an active dialog ID, then we're gonna say, well, our selection is 1, and we're gonna take our selection Y, which is where our selection is rendering, and set it to be that selection of 1 before we nullify this active upgrade. Yo, sounds good, Brunkt. Thanks for hanging. Yeah, hoping the demo, I'm hoping mostly done by April 1st. It'll probably be out and up on Steam late April. So that's what I'm hoping for. I don't know what that process is like exactly, but I'll be streaming it. So we'll see. We'll find out how possible that is. So like the interesting thing is like, yeah, we are nullifying this. So, but the shoot. Because yeah, nullifying this means we'd have to copy the active upgrade into the Flamma upgrade before we nullify the active, so that we don't lose any upgrades we might have done. This is weird. Because yeah, we only update the active update. Okay, this is kind of weird. It's like we need I don't know what this means, because we basically need our Flamma update item. Okay, I think this might work. Let's try this. We're looking for our old Flamma render. Oh god, active upgrades a nil value here in 57. It shouldn't be. Oh, it is nil because no active ID is hit. Okay, let's just turn this off for now. Because yeah, we need to do this. It's hard because we don't trigger the end of an element upgrade dialog box. 104, bad argument 1. Well, we can't draw an upgrade cursor. Why not? That's local to our refine element. Let's change that. Yeah, let's change this. We'll put our upgrade cursor into our global image stuff. Really? What's up, Loki? Good afternoon. Yeah, we're gonna have this global upgrade cursor here. Yeah, let's try that. Okay, this is great. We're rendering Flamma here. Now, we don't flush our active. We aren't flushing our active upgrade. It's going good, Loki. It's just tough. What we're working on is tough, but we're chugging along. We're trying to get this upgrade system working for all the elements, and it's quite involved. Yeah, it is pretty gross, to be honest. But basically, yeah, we need to nullify this active upgrade upon advancing. You know, we don't have a way to do this. This is so weird. You know, we need a way to nullify the active upgrade. Yeah, it's really tough, to be honest, Loki. Like, I've been kind of like on the verge of complexity exploding the whole day. But we're getting close. It's about to be manageable. If I can figure out the next couple steps here, I think we're in a good shape. Okay. Oh yeah, of course, dude. Yeah, I saw you pop up on my subs, so I had to watch. Okay. Yeah, to be honest, I'm like on the verge of being totally overwhelmed with this. Like, I've been teetering on that verge. So I'm trying to chill, I'm trying to act like I'm cool, trying to act like it's all together when it is not. I'm so glad we split the refinery into its own state. If we didn't, I would have quit by now. At least on this implementation, you know, I would have gave up. Basically, all we need to do is we need to flush this active upgrade in our refinery. Let's see what happens if we re-enable this. Oh, it's because this. So if it's not nil, let's say, if it exists, then let's go ahead and reset its thing. Otherwise, we nullify it. I don't like that we just nullify it over and over, but okay. Okay, so we've got level 1, level 2, level 3. We've got what they cost. We've got the active level. We need to set the flashing to be non-related to our cursor blink. Yo, nice emote, nurse. Cute, cute. We need to add Ren to... Oh, look at that. We just exited out of it. We need to add little Ren walking as a animated emote now, so that we can have both Tashio and Ren over there. That would be cute. This is great. So look, we have a very special Flamma render only for Flamma. So we can do this based on... This is perfect. This is actually almost there. This is almost there. So this is great. This is great. Let's get the cursor rendering fixed to be non-changing for, what is it called? Right here. Yes, we're going to set the right arrow selector to just be a solid color. Okay. And then we have to add the mineral update for an upgrade element with a type anything other than Flamma, because right now we don't have that, and we're not instantiating that into the active upgrade table for our refinery. So we have to come in here and say, well, if our upgrade, you know, we need to say this where we say, you know, right now we're saying if there is an active upgrade, we're just updating our Flama upgrade when we really should be updating whatever our active upgrade object is. So we should do this where we can say, well, we need our other upgrades. We need our Aquis upgrade, we need our Echo upgrade, we need our Locks upgrade. Those are all of our spell names. And we're going to instantiate them with their own parameter. And this is what's going to be setting the images for these upgrades. So we're going to say in our upgrade element, based on the type, you know, if it's a type Flama, render Flama, but if it's a type of the other stuff, we need to render the other stuff. So we're going to say if it is Aquis, we need to set elements based on that. If it's type the others, we need to do the others. So if it's type Echo or type Locks, we assign the type here. Now we need to do this where we say, well, our image that we're rendering is going to be both the image of the element, which I think we do have for Aquis, or we have the elements, but we don't have the minerals. So I believe we're pulling these in. Oh, actually, I don't think we are. Let's see. Are we pulling in all of our elements? No, we just have Flama. Okay, so we need the other ones. So we need Echo. We need Locks. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we'll need to export these as well as minerals for them. And these are just 10 by 10s solo exports. So we can pull these from, we have them somewhere, we just need them separated just like this. So we're going to do, this is what, a 10 by 10. So we're going to do a new 10 by 10. And we need each separated one. So if we open up our master sheet, we should have our solo ones here. So let's just pull Aquis and export them one at a time. So this is going to be save as PNG graphics Aquis. Oh, we have one here, but I'm pretty sure it's wrong. Let's see what that is actually. Yeah, this is like an older test we did. Like, look at the resolution of it is bigger than 10 by 10. That's a 16 by 16. Oh, that's in our element upgrade, in our equipping stuff. So do we have our other ones then? No, we don't. I think it's just part of our pause mockup file that we were doing that. So let's keep going. We'll save this as a PNG. And this is Aquis. Oops. Aquis. I don't think we're using that old Aquis with a capital. So we'll just say PNG. PNG graphics, yes. Okay, now we need our other two. So let's go pull them. Oopsie. Okay, this is echo. Oh, we'll save this as a PNG. And then locks. Here we go. Cool. So now we have the 10 by 10. Now this is what's going to be rendering in the upgrade system alongside the name. So now that we have these global exports in our graphics folder, when we do an upgrade element, if we have the parameter passed in as the echo type or the element type, we're assigning the dot element to be the type that we initialized. So we need a couple more steps here. We need to go to the refinery state, and if we dialog collide, we need to set the active upgrade to be the upgrade of whatever it is. So if we do this, we can see when we leave a instantiation here, we say Aquis is index 3, echoes 4, locks is 5. So 3, 4, 5, Aquis echo locks. So we need to come in here and say 3, 4, 5, Aquis echo locks here. So if we collide with the dialog box that is responsible for rendering the Aquis dialog box, then we're going to set our Aquis upgrade equal to our active upgrade. Okay, and then this is index 5. Okay, so it goes Aquis echo locks. So 5. Okay, active upgrade. Okay. So depending on which dialog box we upgrade, it should change our active upgrade to be the instantiation of the appropriate color element. So let's see if that worked. So we'll test it on Flamma first. We've got the red. Okay, we exit out. It closes. We pull up Aquis. It is not working. It's always pulling the element for Flamma. So that's telling me that our active upgrade's only being assigned That's not good. That's not good. I thought for sure this would work. We're saying Aquis upgrade, element upgrade. If the type of the upgrade element, Flamma Aquis, okay. And we're doing this to our self.element. And when we render our element, yeah, we render a self.element as well as our mineral. We do a self.mineral. Okay, so this is bad. If we were to change this to be Aquis, does this work? Yes, we get our Aquis in there. Okay, so it's just pulling either the wrong init for the type of the upgrade element or what's happening. Active upgrade, active upgrade. Oh, we're only updating our Flamma upgrade. Okay, so we want to update not the Flamma upgrade, we want to update the active upgrade. So we'll go into the active upgrade and we'll go into the first element and update that, which could be Flamma, could be Echo, could be Aquis, whatever. So let's see if that, hopefully that fixes it. So Flamma, shit, 26 index a nil value. Active upgrade. Okay, we've got Flamma. Shit. Still wrong, still wrong. Well, when we render it, are we doing it old way? Yes, we're only rendering Flamma upgrade. We want to render the active upgrade. Yo, I'll be stoked if this works. We got Flamma. Yes. 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 That's it. That's it. We need to make the minerals. Oh, this is epic. Epic, epic, epic. Yeah, so we still have the costs for them. We have the levels. We have the active levels, all unique to the particular element you touch. So let's get our minerals made. And then this is huge. This is huge. And then we can start to work on the dialogue box text based on, oh my gosh, there's so much to do. We're okay. We're okay. We're okay. This is nice. Part of me wants to commit now before we break something. Okay. So let's continue on, and we basically just need new minerals for each of the elements. So we do have a ruby, and these aren't even in the game just yet, but we want to tease that they exist. So this ruby, we need to make the corresponding other colors. So maybe we can just kind of get away with shifting the colors. Like, is there a filter we can do? Color range? I want to basically just like do like a Photoshop colors adjustment here. Yes. Color curve. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. So we need blue. So let's go in the red and green and kind of take down the red and green channels. Uh-oh. The fuck? Oh, shit. That did not work. Let's try it again. Adjustments. Oh, this might work. What the fuck? I gotta learn how to use this. It's gonna be easier just to do it manually, you know, like at this point. Let's try color curve one more time. Let's just see if we do all. Okay, so yeah, we want this to be blue. So if we go to all and we go to red, take out the red channel. Why does that make it so different? Okay, I cannot figure this out. Yeah, okay, we'll just do it. All we've got to do is pull from the master sheet here the color that we want for the ruby. It's actually for the sapphire for aqueous, so we'll just kind of pull it down. Okay, yep, not right, not right. New layer. Okay, there we go. We got one of them done. We've got our sapphires done. So we'll export this. Actually, just save as PNG. We could probably do all these with shaders if we're honest, but let's just do sapphire. Okay. And we'll need our other minerals too, standalone minerals. Okay, so let's do... Shit, man. Let's pull up... Echo. I don't know why this one was so much easier for me to make. That was easy. This is emerald. Cool. Let's get rid of this. Yeah. Okay, we've got one more. Cool, we've got topaz. Nice. I mean, you know, we can always touch these up. This is just so rough. They don't even exist in the game yet, so... Okay, let's check. We should have these minerals in here. Ruby mineral, ruby mineral. Ruby mineral. Ruby mineral, mined, unmined, ruby mineral. Okay. Well, so then are we pulling our ruby from our ruby mineral? Ruby is ruby mineral. Okay, yes. So we want to do this from... Okay, yeah, we don't have the unmined version. Okay. Let's at least stay consistent with the naming convention. So we will rename the ones we just exported as mineral. So let's go here. We'll update the ones that we just exported here. Really? Don't tell me this, man. Don't tell me this. Where are you? We exported them. We exported them. I know we did. Yeah, we've got Emerald. This is in Ubuntu graphics. This should be right. Come on, man. Where are you? Where the... There's Emerald. Then we should have Topaz. Topaz. And Sapphire. Okay. So we'll call these all the minerals that they are. Sapphire mineral, Topaz mineral. And then... What's the last one? We have Sapphire, Topaz, and Emerald. Okay. So let's import these. Okay, so Sapphire is from Sapphire Mineral. Topaz Mineral. Emerald Mineral. Cool. Now, in our upgrade elements, we're going to give the proper minerals. So this is going to be Sapphire. This is going to be Emerald. This is going to be Topaz. Okay, let's see. We're hoping to have the correct minerals rendering here. Nope. Aqueous. What the heck? The heck? That one's right. That one's right. That one's right. That one's wrong. Oh. Oh shit, we saved we saved over we saved over our old ruby. That's wrong. Look it, we modified our ruby mineral when we need to not have done that. Okay, that should be back. Uh-oh. I think we're good. Yes. Ruby. Sapphire. Emerald. Topaz. Yes. Okay. Okay. This is great. Okay. Holy cow. Okay, we should probably commit. Okay, we're doing good. We're doing good. We've got a lot of our upgrade system UI. But now what we need to do, we're actually technically rendering our Ruby count for every one of these things. I'm pretty sure. Yes, we're rendering our Ruby count. We need to render our player's global element count for whatever element we're in. So... how do we do this? We could have conditional rendering based on the type, which is probably the easy way. But we also don't have a count for any other mineral. So let's say that we've got this. Yeah, I kind of feel like it would be nice in the upgrade element to just be able to say render the element count for the active element. But we would have to be doing some, I don't know. It's probably just easier to just do it based on the type. If self.type equal to Flamma, then we render our Ruby count. If our type is the others, we need to render the others. Yeah, I just think this is the easiest way to do this, so we don't have to do any weird casting or concatenation. Okay, so this gives us an opportunity to test if this is working with our Sapphire count, Emerald count. So let's go in our player instantiation and let's just say that we've got different amounts of these emeralds and stuff. So let's say maybe we've got 2 rubies. Let's say we've got 12 sapphire. We got 40, whatever. All these other variables. and let's make sure we're pulling in the correct inventory count for our other minerals. So ruby, we've got 2 rubies. Cool. Sapphire, we got 12 sapphire. Cool. We've got 98 emeralds. We've got 34 topaz. So it is pulling the correct things. Great. This is big. This is big. Okay, I'm still worried about the custom dialogue boxes upon these selections, but what we can work on is the result string depending on the selection and a choice of our inventory and stuff. So, oh my gosh. Yeah, it's a very much. We're close though, we're close. You know, like just the fact that we're rendering the inventory, we've got the cost, we got the levels, we got the current level, which is nice. Gosh, it's so much work. We're doing good. Yeah, I'm about at my limit for streaming. But let's try to do this result string, right? So in our upgrade element, we have this text. So basically whenever we update, actually, yeah, we need to write a method that is like calculate. Let me think this through. Basically what needs to happen is we're going to set our default selection to the top selection, right? So whenever you open the upgrade, it's always going to set you on level 1. Now, if you already have level 1, which you do for Flamma, it's going to be grayed out. The cursor is going to be grayed out. You can still see it, but it's going to be grayed out because that is already unlocked. So we need to kind of set 2 things. We need to set the color of the cursor at the selected item, whatever we call it result string. We can, you know, we need to set the color based on the result of whatever line you're at and its possibilities. If you can afford it, it's green. If you can't afford it, it's red. And if it's unlockable, or if it's if it's out of your range, also red. So it either needs to be gray, red, or green, depending on the current state of your player's inventory compared to the state of the elements and their upgrade element class object for what their active level is. So the idea is, like, if you upgrade your Flamma, your active level goes to level 2. Then if you hover over level 1 or level 2, they're both gray because you have them. Then it's red if you can't afford it. So then we can do some easy rendering based on this color. So we can kind of do arithmetic to change the color, or the result string. Result string is the wrong way to call it. Like, result string is just kind of like a thing for me to say, like, we want this to be called, like, what, output? Selection output, right? So if your selection output is an available upgrade, then we're going to render a green, and the result string will be can't afford. Something like this. So, wow. Okay. This is a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Okay, so I think what we need to do is write a method called calculate, like calculate output or something, so that when we activate an upgrade system, we can say, okay, well, let's go ahead and calculate the output for level 1 on that system, so we know what color to render our cursor, and the color is also gonna trigger the result string once you select it, and it'll say you already have this upgrade. Okay. I guess we do need part of me doesn't like the idea that we will calculate the output based on every selection, because once you initialize an update for this upgrade element, the options are already set in stone, right? Like, you're not going to get more minerals while you're in the menu. So like the fact that we would be recalculating it based on the current active selection doesn't make a ton of sense. So it's almost like, yeah, I think what we need to do... Okay, so I think what we do here is we do write this method, and it's going to be called something like it would just be doing like we're literally just going to call it calculate for now, just because I'm using too much brain power on what we call this damn thing. So let's just say when we run calculate, what it's going to do is it's going to assign a thing called calculated result. Okay, we need this initialized as an empty string. We have it as a result string, so that's okay. We'll just call it calculated result instead for now, till we get a better name. So we're going to say, okay, well, if we run this thing, we need a calculated result for each selection. So what's happening is we render an upgrade cursor at whatever line of text we're at, and at a Y of whatever selection Y we're at. So we have a selection field, right? So if we were to say, let's just say that the calculated results, yeah, let's just forget about this for now. Let's just say right now I just want to print up the selection and make sure that's working. So when we go to print up the cost, let's also print up the selection. And it's just going to be the self-selection. Okay, we know this is working because we're getting the right cost, but let's just make sure. So in an upgrade, we have a selection, and that is the line you're at. You know, you're either on line 1, 2, or 3, so that's the selection. We need this method to say, whenever we run this method, it's going to go through, and for each selection, it's going to calculate the result. So either, you know, if our... Actually, yeah. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll have a result table. And it'll be 3 strings, it'll be 3 strings of whatever the result is. So let's just say that our result table is just like our selection table. And it's going to be, for right now, it's going to be 3 results of an empty string, because we don't know what the result is, right? So right now our result table is empty, and we print up a result table at index selection. So let's for example, like, just say our result table is going to be we already have it, so it's like I don't know, active, can't afford, invalid, just stuff like this. So now our result table that we're printing up has a thing. Selection 1 is active. This one we can't afford. This one's invalid. So instead of just pulling these values, we need to calculate these values with this method so that we can say, okay, once we activate this upgrade overlay, we're going to run through each of the selections, and we can run through its cost. We can run through our inventory, see if we have enough for it, see if we don't have enough for it, see if it is out of our range of affording, so that we can calculate a string as well as a color for these things. So we kind of need we can have a gray, we can have a green, and a red. And actually the string can be we could, well, let's just try this where we can say, let's put in this table of colors. Let's just see what this looks like. Because we can customize a string based on the color, but this result table, this result table will try to print this up, which is incorrect. But if before we try to print up this result table, instead what we do is set the color to be equal to, now this is for the cursor we want. So instead of setting the color to be white, we're gonna set the color to be the result table at index self-selection, which should be it should be a valid color. Hey Pocket, what's up? Let's try this. So like, instead of doing this, we're gonna say that this is gonna be set to a color of whatever our result table is at whatever our selection is, just to see if this is working. Okay, it is not setting a color based on this. So result table, I would think that would work, because before we render the cursor, we set the color. Oh, nice. Cool. Some Unreal Engine stuff. That's cool. I'm doing good. I'm basically at the end of my stream because I'm like, we worked on a lot of stuff today and I'm kind of burnt out, but we're working on the upgrade system. So if you come in here and talk to, you've got the cost for these different things, you've got different levels, it's pulling in your inventory so it knows what you've got for these different levels. So now we're just trying to work on if you can afford these upgrades and how to calculate that and stuff like that. So we did all this today, which was quite a bit. Thanks. Yeah, it's coming together. We're towards the end, still not working. We have to figure out how to allow and render the text box, you can't afford this thing, or congratulations, you've got it, or whatever. So yeah, this is not right. Yeah, I kind of want to say this old way we had it for the result table. This should work, actually. This really should work. Let's try this again. What is going on, man? Why? Yeah, let's try this again. We're trying to set the color to be the color we pass into our results, which is being changed by the current line we're at. We might have to put in these in brackets, but I don't know. Number expected got a table. Okay, so no, it did get a number, but what's weird is like this is like a four numbers. It's the red, green, blue, and alpha. Yeah, okay. It's just black. Okay, if we print up the selection, what would it say? It just gives us a table. So if we were to inspect this, huh, it does pull. It pulls the right values. It is pulling the right values for the color. It's just not setting the color correctly. I would think that this would work. Oh. This is just kind of setting the... Actually, yeah, I don't know how to do this, because if we were to say, let's just set color to red, well, I don't think that really makes it red. It just makes it... It would tint it all weird. Since it's a black image, it can't be tinted red. So we might have to make it a white cursor and then we can tint it using set color. That might be what we have to do. Okay, so if we make the upgrade cursor white, then let's try to set the color to a different color and see if it renders a different color. I think it's because it was black, we weren't able to modify it with a set color, and it's still wrong. Well, why would it be black? Like it really wouldn't be black, right? Yeah, upgrade cursor. Upgrade cursor is graphics upgrade cursor, so why? This must not have been the same one. We didn't save it. Son of a bitch. Okay, let's try it. Okay, so there's a white cursor, so let's just try turning it to red now. Actually, let's try to turn it into a result table at index self selection. Let's try it. Yes, yes. just like this, where like if you've already got the level, the gray is grayed out. If you can afford it, it'll be green like this. If you can't afford it, it'll be red. So instead of hard coding these values, because right now it's calculating these colors based on this result table, and we have a result table just as the colors. We want to kind of derive the colors based on the result option. So like either it's either it's unlocked. If it's unlocked, it's going to be gray. If it is unavailable, it's red. And then if it is purchasable. Yo, Leaf, what's up? It's going good. Today's been a long day, but we're working on this inventory system. Or not the inventory system, the upgrade for your spellcasting. So it's been quite a lot to try to do in one day. We've done a good chunk of it. For right now, we won't change this, but we will print up the result table at whatever selection. Okay, so we have unlocked, unavailable, purchased. Okay, so we basically need to write this method to go through our result table and populate it with the right values, and then we need to derive the right colors from the right values. So it's almost like, I think we need to, the color was working, but we need to set the color based not on the string table, but the result. Maybe we call it the color result table. So we have a color result table that we store the actual colors of these things. So we need to say that there is a color result table, and it's gonna be, for now it's gonna be empty, but basically we need to, by the time we go through and say, unlocked would equal green, and not green like that, green like this, and then unavailable would be red, purchasable would be green, unlocked would be gray. So now we're rendering the color based on this color result table. So basically we just need to make our method cycle through our different inventory status, unlocked, availability for each level, and kind of assign this table. And then the table will be converted into a color result table that renders whether or not it's purchasable. Because right here, if it's unlocked, it'll be gray, like a darker gray than that probably, but red will be unavailable, green will be purchasable. So we can also add, by the time since we have this color, we might need one extra option for unavailable. It can't be, and maybe Leaf, we might add like a more of a different kind of outline for it. Or we might change the color for the level text too. I don't know. But yeah, this, I'm still just trying to figure out how we're going to pull this off. Because basically we need to just populate this. It's actually these two. Yeah. because basically we know what line we're at, and the result table is going to have, just right now it's just a string of whatever it is. I think we might need another type of text, because if it's unlockable because you can't afford it, it'll say you can't afford it. But if it's locked because it's 2 levels ahead of you in the upgrade tree, then it needs to say like you need level 2 first or something like that. Now I'm going to take a break real quick and I'll be back. Okay, so I don't know, we kind of need to basically we need to calculate this result table to be the string that needs to be printed on the dialog box if you select it, right? So like if you hit A when you already have it unlocked, the dialog box needs to say you already have this unlocked. If you hit A and you can't afford it, it needs to say you need more minerals or whatever. So if this becomes the string we then populate the dialog table with, the dialog box object, then we can still have this color result table also being generated based on the dependence of running the method and it checking your player's inventory, checking the inventory that's active, calculating whether or not you can afford it, calculating whether or not you have unlocked it, and does all that. So if this is what we want the output to be, then our calculate needs to basically be, well, we need to say, well, if our active level is equal to 1, then we need our result table at index 1. Well, we need to, no, that's right. Result table index 1 would then equal a string of unlocked. And then we need to do it for all of those tables. So like if our active level is now 2, then our next one becomes unlocked 2. And we probably need to break at this point if we get to a certain amount of them completed. Okay. So let's try this. Let's make, and then let's do this just to test that it's running. So if they're all unlocked, they all need to be gray. Now we won't hard code it like this, but just to see that the colors are being pulled in from the method and not from the init. So let's say so let's give our active table and our result table, or these two are going to be initialized to empty values, and our method is going to populate them. So empty string for our result table, and I guess we just say 0 for our color result table. Now we do reassign this as long as we invoke this method, then it should be right. So let's see. In our refinery state, let's say once we interact with any of these dialog boxes to trigger a new active upgrade, we need to go into that active upgrade and we need to run our calculate method. We should have a better name for that, but let's just say we're going to go ahead and calculate, which should then populate the table that we're trying to render. So we are rendering it, since we're level 1 is unlocked, but it is not unlocked on these other ones. So if we were to go into the upgrade element and say the active level is actually all the way up to 3, we should have unlocked for all 3 values. So, only on 3. So we need it to set, this is close because we need to set for all previous values too. So we need both of these set. Right. So we're getting close. You know, this is at least for the unlocked shit. If active level is 3, we need it for level 1 too. That makes sense. Okay, so if we're at level 3, the indicator over there is at level 3, which is right, and the selection result table is all unlocked. I don't like the gray color that we are. So maybe instead of gray, it's actually black here. Do we have black? Okay, nice. So, yes, we've got it unlocked because we have all 3 levels. Okay, so let's try this again, and we'll say we're actually only an active level of 1. So we need to calculate the rest of the options. So these are unlocked. These are who knows what yet. So we need to go to our calculate method and do the other options. So instead of assigning this, we need to assign it based on the result table. So it's like we need to cycle through our result table and check the values. So this is a do shit. Okay. So basically, if the value at the result table is equal to unlocked, then we're going to set the value. Well, no, because then we need to set the color result table to be equal to the color result table at index k to be equal to black if it's unlocked, which I think we'll only set it for values that do have an unlocked, which the secondary ones don't. So we need to have we need to set the color for this result table. Shit, man. I'm kind of curious if we go back to active level 3 if it fixes that. I don't think it will though. It does. Okay, so we just need to set the color, you know, we need to set a default color if the value doesn't equal that. So we'll just say default color black, otherwise set its value to black only if it's unlocked. So let's go to the active level and make sure it's 1 and see if we crash or if we're good. Okay, cool. So we don't have a result table for that index because it's not unlocked. But we're setting it to black because we haven't done the green or red conditions just yet. So that's looking good. So it looks like our color table's being generated based off the values, and we can say, you know, we can prematurely do this and say, well, what were the other values? Unlocked, purchasable, what did we call it? Unavailable or purchasable? So we can say, well, if the value is unlocked, unavailable, if it's unavailable, we set it to red. If it's purchasable, we set it to green. Now, we aren't ever setting these things to unavailable or purchasable, so we need to do that here. So we kind of need to determine, first of all, if level 1 is unlocked. This is a lot. This is a lot. For the elements that we don't have yet, the idea is you don't have the water element until you gather enough materials to craft the element in the first place. So that would be an active level of 0. And until you purchase level 1, you don't have active level 1. So we kind of need to go through, you know, if our active level is 0, then it needs to be, then we need to check if it's can be purchased or if it's out of our price range. So we can come in here and say, well, if our active level is 0, then we need to check if we can afford it. Now, we have a type. We can check our element mineral count for the cost of whatever the first selected. Gosh, man, this is so much. We have a cost, don't we? We're cycling through. Cost is the selection cost table. So is our selection cost table any value for level 1? Cost 0 for level 1. Okay. Well, where are we setting that? We're setting it here. So let's just say it costs 10 minerals to get. This is not something we're currently planning on rendering. I think if you can't afford it, well, it really should say the cost. Okay. If you've already got it, it won't render the cost. If you don't have it, it'll tell you what it does cost. So okay, so right now level 1 costs 10 elements, which we already have an active level of 1, so we ideally should just say unlocked. It shouldn't cost anything because it's unlocked. We don't have that yet, but we basically want this. See, and this is unlocked because the active level is 1. But we should be checking if we have enough minerals for it. So if we assume, okay, well, for now, let's say if our active level is 1, and gosh, we have to do this based on a per type basis, so let's just do it. Jeez, man, this is crazy. If the type's equal to Flamma, then we're gonna check our active level. And actually, oh yeah, man. If our active level's 1 and our player's ruby count, just to test this, is smaller than the cost, we have a cost table. Where are we doing the costs? Selection cost table. Okay, so if I don't think this matters. Or we have to do, this is just, oh my god. My brain's melting, man. It's not the active level. But basically, if our active level is 0, meaning we haven't bought the first variable, let's just test this. So for all the variables, all the elements that aren't Flamma, if our active level is 0 and our, well, yeah, we have to do this based on a per element value. Okay, so if we're in the element of Aqueous and our active level is 0 and our sapphire count, let's just say that this has to be less than 10. Then we're going to say that the result table for this first element at this level 1 is equal to can't afford, or it's actually unavailable. Okay, so if we go to our aqueous upgrade element, this is a lot, man. Okay, so if we're aqueous, then our active level is actually 0, not 1. So when we go to set this active level, we're gonna say, well, right here, we're gonna say so we're not even an active level yet on aqueous. So it should be unlocked on Flamma, but it should be unavailable for aqueous because this is unlocked. We already have it. We're at active level 1. So that's working. And if we're aqueous, we crash at 161. Really? Active level. Oh, we try to do it. Okay. Yeah, so let's only do this. If our active level does not equal 0, then we can actually index a 0 thing. That's a Lua speciality right there. Okay, so here it should be unavailable. Oh, actually, we have 12 sapphires, so we actually do need to change this. We need to say that we don't have 12 sapphires. So in our player, let's have us have 9 instead of 10 sapphire, because it should be unavailable. We shouldn't have that many. We'll have 0 in the demo. But if we have 9, which is less than the upgrade cost, it becomes unavailable, so it's red. That's correct. And then here in Flamma, it's unlocked because our active level for Flamma is 1. So we have it, and there's no arrow key here because we don't have an active level. So that's working. Okay, so if that's the unavailable, then let's just do the rest of the logic for Flamma, and maybe we'll call it because I'm about toast. So let's go to our refinery state, and we're going to check. We're going to do the calculate. Oh, it's in our upgrade. Okay, so it's actually in our upgrade element. We're going to go to calculate. Okay, so we need to become... Basically, if our active level's 1, then we know that our result table index 3 needs to be unavailable because we can't skip level 2. So we can do this where we can say, well, if we're active level 1, then we know for a fact that result table at index 3 is gonna be unavailable. So that should make level 3 render red, because it would mean, you know, it's 2 levels above where we're at. So it's unavailable now because it's 2 levels above where we've got. So then we need to do the available or purchasable render if it's only 1 level above us and we have enough minerals to actually afford it. So if, you know, we're setting unlocked here, unavailable, but then we need to say, well, let's check, you know, if our active level's 1, then let's see if we can afford the next level or not. So we would know that. Gosh, we'd have to do it on a per mineral basis because, yeah, ideally I don't like the idea of doing if type aqueous, if type Flamma, if type Lox. Ideally we can just say Okay, so let's see. We're trying to change the result table to become purchasable if we can afford it. So if we're in active level 1, then we're going to check. We basically want to check the cost of the next tier item. So if our active level is 1, we want to check the cost of a level 2. We're doing the cost here in the selection cost table. So we're going to say, well, if our players, and let's just do it for Flamma right now. So our ruby count, if our ruby count is greater than or equal to the selection cost table at index 2, then we want our result table index 2 to become purchasable. And this is only for the ruby count. We need to do it based on whatever active element we're in. So, but I'm hoping it becomes it should become unpurchasable, or it should become unavailable because we don't have the purchase. So we would say this is well, if we can't afford it, then by definition, or if we can't afford it, then by definition we can't afford it. So it needs to become unavailable. Okay, so it should be red now because we can't afford it. Yes, unavailable because we cannot afford it because it costs 25 and we only have 2. So if we were to go into our player class and say, well, we actually can afford it because our ruby count is actually 20, which is higher than 15. It should become green because we can afford it. It should become purchasable. It should become purchasable. Oh, cost is 25, so we need at least 26 rupees. So let's see. It is now purchasable because we have 26 and it only costs 25. Now we can't afford level 3 because it's 2 levels above our current level, and we already have this one unlocked. Okay, so we need to do this. We need to do this based on the type. So if our type is Flamma, then we're checking our ruby inventory. And then we're also, see, I don't like this. Like, I don't like having to nest a bunch of stuff depending on the type here. But we don't have an easy way where we can adjust the global mineral count of the appropriate type. I don't know. We don't have an easy way to do that. Okay. Okay, so we should be setting purchasable for level 2 at least. We still need to purchasable for level 3, but here we've got this unlocked. This is purchasable because we have 26, unpurchasable. Let's check our other one. unavailable because our active level of Aquis is actually 0, so we just can't afford it because we don't have enough. So these need to also become unavailable. So basically, if our level 0, if our level count is 0, if our active level is 0, we're only doing this upon Aquis. Yeah, this is wrong. But basically, yeah, this is wrong. If our active level is 0, everything is unavailable. Until it becomes, until we have more than the purchase price, right? So we can at least set all the result table. Okay, it should be unavailable because our active level is 0. Yes. Oh. No. Aquis. If our active level's 1, then we do this. Unavailable, result table. Result table. The V is the result table index. Okay. I thought this would work. We could just say if active level is 0, this is what I thought we were doing, that we would say that everything unlocked is actually unavailable. Okay, if our active level is 0, we're flushing it out. Because Aquis, we should have an active level of 0, unavailable. Cool. So we just can't do that because we don't have enough minerals. Now I'm kind of curious. Yeah, we aren't changing this based on. Actually, yeah, let's try it. If we go to our player and we say, well, our ruby or our sapphire, we actually have 10, which is the first cost for level 1. If we have 10 of them, this should become available. It's just that we're flushing it right here. So we kind of need to set this before we check the active level, but also, yeah, well, our type is Aquis, our active level is 0, and our player count, oops, I just saw it. If it's smaller than 10, it becomes unavailable. Else, then the result table for that first one is actually available, purchasable. And we would have to do that. I mean, this is actually unneeded for the demo because we can't gather these other minerals yet. But it's nice knowing that if you have enough minerals, then you can actually purchase it because it's purchasable. We don't have that screen yet, but at least we have a way to kind of determine if it is. So we can do this where we can say, well, we should probably check active level first. So we can say, well, if our active level is 0, then we can check what our sapphire count is. So if our active level is 0, then let's check the type that we are. So if we're a type of Aquis, then we need to check the sapphire count. And we'll check. It's not that we want the hard-coded value here, but we want the cost. If it's smaller than the self.cost result table, what is it? Result, what is it? Selection, cost table. If the value of the cost, if it's Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, we become purchasable if we have more than it costs. But if... yeah, this else should go to here. Yeah, okay. So it is unavailable. Oops. If we cannot afford it, if we can afford it, it's purchasable. Now this is still just for Aquis, but this should work. So like this should work for our other elements too. So here it is still purchasable if we have equal or greater than what it costs. So that's good, but we need to do it for the other types. So if we're echo, then we're checking our emerald count. And then if we've got let's just do this in order. Aquis is checking our sapphire count. Echo's counting our emeralds. And Lox is counting our topaz. Okay. So let's see. Now, I don't think we're setting our active level on our other ones, but this is purchasable. Let's see. This is unlocked because our active level is that of the state. So in our refinery state, wherever we're assigning our active level, where are we doing that? Active level. Active level. Okay, so we'll just initialize our active level. We'll do this. If type does not equal Flamma, all of our active levels for everything else is a 0. Does not equal active level gets 0. So every other upgrade should be unavailable unless we have enough to purchase it, which in Echo's costs we do. We have 98 emeralds and it only costs 10, but everything else is unavailable. 34 means it's available for topaz. So if we just make our topaz 9, let's see if it becomes unavailable. So topaz count, let's say we've only got 9, then it should be unavailable. Unavailable. Nice. Now, these are unavailable. These should be unavailable because it is more than 2 rounds above us in terms of unlock. But I think it's unavailable for a different reason. I think we just did it wrong. Well, here we're saying unavailable. If our active level's 1, then our result table is unavailable. Okay, I mean, it's working. We probably need, if our active level is 0, then we know for a fact our result table for levels 2 and 3 are by default unavailable. Oh, and we do that here. We flush them unavailable here first. Okay, that works. That definitely works. Okay, and then we're cycling through the result table, and depending on the result, we render the color. So if it's purchasable, it's green. If it's not, it's red. So we might need one more string result of, instead of you need to upgrade to level blank first, you can't afford this, right? So like it depends on what we want to render, but at least right now we've got a cost table, we've got the comparing the inventory, we've got an active level, whether or not we can purchase it. This is all seemingly working. Other than the fact that we shouldn't have 10 sapphire. But that's okay. It just proves that these are working, and that if you have enough, technically they should be upgradable. Okay. Alright, I think I'm calling it for the day because I do not want to fiddle around with the dialog boxes because I know that's going to be a headache. So let's commit, and we'll say that we added element upgrade, selection color highlights. I don't know what you want to call it. Based on purchasability, whatever that means. All right, we'll call it a day. We did what? Oh my gosh, 5.5 hour stream. That is my limit. So we'll run credits here, find someone to raid. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll try to get the dialogue system working for the purchasing upgrades and stuff. And then once that's working, we can actually wow, I guess we can really work on designing the overworld level for the demo, because right now it's just kind of placeholder stuff. So let's find someone to raid out to, and we will call it a night. We'll do an early raid over to Hypnotic. Oh, actually, let's do we'll do Quellis Dev because I have not raided him in a while. So thanks for the support. Thanks for watching. Hope you all have a great day. Catch you later.